A warm morning to one and all present here through the virtual platform. Swami Vivekananda quotes that we want that education by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, the intellect is expanded, and by which one can stand on one's own feet. On reading this quote, I welcome everyone to the second day of International Webinar on Learning Disability, Prospects and Concerns. With the blessings of the Holy Trio, we will now be starting our first session of the second day webinar. May I request Ms. Sendilwani, Assistant Professor, Department of Hearing Impairment, FDMSc, to introduce the resource person to the audience.
A pleasant good morning to one and all present here. I am very happy to introduce our first speaker of today's session, Dr. Geet O'Brien, with a doctorate in efficacy of remedial intervention in learning disabilities. She has been working in the field of special education for over 23 years. She focuses on the assessment and remediation to children with special needs and professional development courses, primarily for instructors. In recent years, she has delved in research to enhance the concept of inclusion in the Indian education system. She is an active member of numerous national committees and the founder of RKids, a pioneering organization in India.
Recording in progress.
Learning disabilities and inclusive education. She was awarded the 2010 Guruvar Award for Outstanding Indian Teacher of Children with Special Needs, and in 2012 Woman Achiever Award for putting the education of the disabled on the roadmap. Now I request Dr. Geet O'Brien to handle the session for our participants on the topic First Screen, a screening app for specific learning disability, introduction, usage, and scope.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you all see me? Namaskar, everybody. I'm Geet O'Brien. Am I visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right. Okay, great. Because I'm not able to see. Okay. Because I'm not able, oh, there I am. Okay, so good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the second session in this wonderful webinar, where I'm sure you all are meeting great, instructors and speakers and learning and imbibing a lot of good stuff so we can be good teachers to our children or professionals working with our children. Okay, so I have a few idiosyncrasies when I'm working online like this. My first, bit of tweaking is that I would like everybody to put their videos on. I do not like to speak to just names, blank screens. So can I request everybody to put their videos on? Please. I will not talk if you don't put the video on. And you will lose out time and you'll be sitting in front of the screen for longer. So the choice is yours. All right. So please put your videos on, continue having your coffees and your teas or whatever you're having. I don't have a problem with that. Continue walking or doing what you're doing. Just keep yourself mute. However, if you have any doubt, I would like you to just put it on the chat and I'll stop. I will be looking at the chat every few slides. And I want you to ask your questions during the session because I will, because in the context we can talk. Then I don't want to talk at the end because then I lose my train of thought. All right. So I will be sharing this PPT. Is my PPT with you? Sudham, is Sudham ma'am here? Should I be sharing it myself? Dr. Sudha?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you be sharing my PPT or would you like me to share?
Yeah, ma'am. We'll be sharing, ma'am.
All right. Can you put it on, please?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you. Okay, guys, so please, I don't want you to take pictures. I want you to understand what I'm saying. I want you to see how it's done because it's extremely easy to use and it's something which will help you to reach out and screen and identify children who need help as soon as possible. Okay. If possible, can you stop writing your, identifications and IDs on the chat? I don't need it right now. And if it is required of the organizers, please do it later during a break time or something. Don't do it now. I don't want you distracted. I have barely 45 minutes with you. Please give me those 45 minutes and I guarantee it'll be worth it. All right. And so, okay, I'm waiting for the PPT to come on. Now, I'm sure by now you all have understood and you all have kind of, a good idea about what SLD is, with what specific learning disabilities is, right? So, and you also know what, can you put it on a slideshow, please? Thank you. So that, ma'am, please make sure somebody's sitting right there when I talk about moving the slides, all right?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead, madam, please.
Yeah, put it on the, yeah, if possible. All right, so here I go. So what my whole focus here today is to help you, to let you know that there are tools available, all right, that there are tools available to help class teachers, to help special educators, or to help even parents for that matter, to identify children early, all right? So early, so that early intervention can happen. All of us here know, I know that the sooner we catch our kids with special needs and start the work with them, the faster it is for them to get better or improve, right? So this is why we are going to be doing and learning about this app. Now, in the last 2 years in the pandemic, we have seen that everything is online, everything is now, technologically, what's it called, handled, whether it's education, whether it's playing, anything. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, if somebody had told me 5 years ago that you will be sitting in your homes for 2 years and not leaving and working from home on your laptop, I would have just laughed, right? But anyhow, time makes us, what's it called? Time changes and it makes us learn new things. So from that point of view, this is what we have started. We started almost about 2-3 years ago. Now SLD. Now my question to you here is, can you see my tagline there? It says, because disability may be invisible, but the child is not. Now we know, can you hear me, guys? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we all know that SLD is invisible. It's hidden. It doesn't have any physical manifestations. You can't look at a child and say, oh, he must have dyslexia. Oh, he must have dyscalculia. Because the child looks absolutely normal. He walks normal. He talks normal. He even, he's maybe a good singer, or he may be a good sports person, or he may be a good, artist, right? So they have good strengths as well. It is only that the child has issues with the academic skills. That is why the problem areas are not identified early, because otherwise he's absolutely normal. So the disability is invisible, but the child is not. It is our duty, it is our responsibility to reach out to these children who are falling through the cracks in our system and not getting the help because their disability is invisible. They are not liars, they are not lazy, they don't have an attitude problem. Their parents are fine, their teachers are trained and knowledgeable. It's nobody else's fault. It's a problem, it's a neurological problem, and we have to accept that the child is genuinely needing the intervention. All right, so that is why I have put this thing, that though the disability is invisible, the child is not. The child is sitting in a classroom. The child is waiting for somebody to catch him and help him. He doesn't know what's wrong with him. Neither do everybody else around him. All right. Next slide, please. So what is specific learning disabilities? I'm going to just do a quick thing on this. This is the definition given in the PWD Act. Simply put, it's a group of different categories of disorders, and it basically affects the skills of reading, writing, spelling, comprehension, maths, social skills, sometimes memory, sometimes attention, sometimes perception. All right. So these are the skills which are required in the classroom, majorly required in the classroom is what is affected. Nothing else is affected, but this is affected. And these disabilities are called dyslexia for reading, dysgraphia for writing, dyscalculia for math, and dyspraxia for motor. All right. When I say motor, I mean gross motor and fine motor. So remember the 4Ds. The most important 4Ds are dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, and dyspraxia. I think by now you are all become quite good at what this is. Let's go on, please. Next, ma'am. So here we see the scenario in India. So what has happened? This slide just tells you the prevalence. All right, there hasn't been too much research as compared to the rest of the world on SLD or learning disabilities in India. However, we have enough indigenous evidence, scientific evidence to show that there are children, there is a prevalence of SLD in our schools, and it may range anywhere between 10 to 12%, sometimes even 15%. So what you have to imagine is, or think is, that we have at least 40 to 50 children, sometimes 70, 80 kids also in our classrooms, right? There are very few schools who have less number of kids in our classrooms. So if in a classroom of 40 kids, even 10%, which is a lower side of the percentage of the range, if 10% of the kids may have SLD, so imagine there are 4 kids, at least 4 kids in each class who are sitting there with a genuine disability, but are not getting picked up, all right, or are not getting identified and not getting any help, all right. Next slide, please. Ma'am, don't worry about it. Just let it go. Let's do it like this. Okay. So the first screen app, it's an app for Android phones. You know, the phones you have, Android phones, not iPhones, please. The whole idea is that the Android, the bulk population, the grassroots, and the bulk of the population in our country uses Android. iPhone is available to a very small percentage. That was the reason why the organization who made this, ORCIDS, tried and did the Android platform first. All right. Next would be iPhone, but as of now, this app is available free of cost at Play Store. You just have to go to the Play Store where you download your apps from. If you have a smartphone, just Google First Screen by ORCIDS and you can download it in 2 minutes flat. All right. But wait, I will tell you how to go about it and use it. All right. So do it little later, but listen to me first. So First Screen is the name of the app. It was launched on 30th August 2020. And the person who launched it was Dr. Jayanti Narayan. And I think you did have the good fortune of hearing her maybe yesterday or, later today you will. So she's been one, person who's been in the field of special education and inclusion for so many years, who really, really understands how the work happens at the grassroots levels, both from an educator's point of view and a child's point of view. She was the one who actually launched the first screen. Next slide, please. So this is what it looks like. So when you will go and tap or, go to Play Store and look for first screen, this is what will come out. This is a depiction of a visual of the first screen app. It's the first time ever in our country that the app has been developed. It's a free app. You don't have to pay a penny. You don't have to pay 1 single rupee to download it and use it. And it's available for all. Basically, it was made, the whole idea was that, in the bigger cities, say like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, I mean, there are enough professionals, all right, and there are enough special educators, say to speak. But in the smaller city, the 2-tier and the 3-tier cities, there are none available. There are no psychologists, there are no special educators. So there's nobody who can help that parent or the teacher, even if they wanted to. So over the years, I mean, I've been doing this for now over 25 years, and, I used to get so many parents, who made such a big effort to come to Delhi and, ask us, how can we do, what can we do? And, just one meeting with an educator or a psychologist is not going to make, all the difference. We are not doctors, like we give one pill and everything will be fine. So, so they just got me to feel that, there are so many other people who need to be empowered. So that was the reason why an app was built, so that a person sitting in a remote town, maybe in the northern part of India or the southern part of India or east or west, anywhere, with the help of a smartphone, can at least get to know that if the child needs any help, at least it's the start of a process. So whether it's a teacher in a school and she has some doubts about a child, or it's a parent, this app is primarily for teachers and parents. It's not for special educators as such, I mean, and it's not for psychologists, because they have other tools to use, because they are professionally trained to do many other things which a parent and a teacher isn't. So this is a simple app for free for everybody to catch our children as young as class 1, all right, and start the work with them ASAP. Next, please. So I'm going to show you some of the Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, sorry, there's some internet thing. So the slides we will see right now are slides which you will see when you download it. Okay, so the first slide, which will be, it'll be a welcome note saying that why, the reasons I'm telling you, why is it that we have done this, taken this initiative to do this kind of a, initiative. And then there's an introduction which says that this app is for parents, it is for teachers, and it can be filled by any person. It will not be filled by the child. Please remember, the teacher has to fill it, or the parent has to fill it, or any guardian who knows the child, all right, anybody, even a grandfather who really knows the behavior of a child. And for a teacher to fill it up, she should know the child for at least 6 months. If it's a new teacher in a new classroom, the child is a new child, and you start filling it up, you don't know what is the level of the child's comprehension or spelling or behavior or attention or memory. So please make sure a teacher who fills it up knows the child for at least 6 months. All right. And also another thing, I think a lot of your questions may be pertaining to why can't we do this app or do this screening for in nursery class or even in KG class. My answer to that is that, the nursery is too early for a child to be screened like this, because many children, when they're growing up developmentally, do not pick up the skills at the same speed. Some are late bloomers. They pick up after some time. All right. So we don't want to screen the child positive or at risk unnecessarily. So give the child at least 1.5 years of school instruction, of repeated work, and then if the child is still not able to pick up despite being given the opportunity, then you screen the child. All right. So if it's really very glaring difficulties the child has, then maximum, after the second part of KG, second half of KG is where you can screen the child. But I would suggest, if you can wait for the child to mature on his own, give him that much time and do it in class 1. All right. Can we go to the next one, please? So this is what it shows. Now, if you look at this app is available in two languages. You can right now choose either English or Hindi, and we are also doing this in another 10 Indian languages. In the next 3 or 4 months, it will be available. But all this, this is a cautionary word given to you saying that this is not diagnostic. That means you can't diagnose a child. Okay, this is only screening. It just tells you the weaknesses, deficits, or the strengths of a child, so that we can work with the child and get him to cope with the school expectations in a better fashion. All right. So if you look at this, look at the screen, how it shows. If you tap on the purple dot, it'll give you a, you can hear it, the auditory input will come. And if you look at the red dot at the bottom, it has he, which means if you tap on it, it will show you the Hindi version. And from Hindi back to English, if you look at the red dot right at the bottom, it will start showing you the English version. All right. So this is, you can even hear this cautionary note. Next, please. So here is, can you guys see the screen? Sudha ma'am, can the screen be made bigger? Because
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are able to see the screen, ma'am.
Okay. Are you able
to hear also, ma'am?
Are you able to read it also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Good. So this, now next slide tells you how to answer. Okay, there are 3 answers available to you: yes, no, and sometimes. Ha, nahi, ya kabhi kabhi. That is in Hindi. All right. But what you have to remember, a cautionary thing here is, when you're answering, okay, when you're answering the questions, which will be like the child has difficulty in reading or something, yes, no, sometimes, you have to be very careful in answering, for the only reason that if you want to go back and change your answer, you will be taken right to the first question or the first slide. And this is because every time a teacher, anybody, whether me, you, A, B, C, D, whoever, uses the app, the order of the questions is random. It's not a sequence which you and I will get to know if we use it more often. It is totally random. So that is the reason whenever you are answering, please make sure that you are answering after thinking about the question properly. So you will say yes to a question if the child shows that difficulty for at least 6 months, and very often, and when I say very often, almost every single day, and also that this problem have started to affect his school performance. All right. So that's when you say, okay, now I need to do something about it because it's becoming a big problem. You will say sometimes when his school performance is affected a little bit, not very much, but little bit due to the difficulty. All right. He shows this problem once in a week, once a week or something. And, this is something which you would like to work on the child with. All right. And you will write no or not applicable, NA, when the child doesn't have that problem and in no way is his classroom performance or expected performance being affected. Okay. So these are the three major issues. All these screens shots are there when you will be reading it. All right. I'm just showing it to you. Sudha ma'am, the print is too small. The ratio of the screen has to be changed because they are not able to read it.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah, please wait, ma'am. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Just make it bigger because it should be bigger.
Is it okay?
I mean, you have to ask
Wait.
you have to ask them. The guys, is it okay now? Is it better?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Guys, even if you're not able to read it like too much line by line, don't worry about it. Listen to me because what I'm saying is what is written there. And once you will download it, if you do, you'll be able to see it right in your hand. So don't worry, okay? But listen to me. If you have a question, ask me. All right. So this is the way you will answer yes, sometimes, and no. Remember, if a child is young and a certain skill has not been taught, there's something like fractions. Okay. So fractions is not being taught to a child who's in class 1. So there you will write NA. It will not affect the report or the end conclusion of the app. So write NA in that case or no. No and NA means the same. Next slide, please. So look, this is how the questions look like. I've given you an example of English or no. Go on next. Yeah. So look at this. Ma'am, can I see the top part also? Have to go down a little bit. Now, if you see, it says has difficulty in reading, in listening to discussions in the groups and complains of people talking too fast. Now, this is something which the child has difficulty like this. If it's no or NA, can you see the purple or the pink bar? You just have to tap on it and this bar moves. So it will go on to no, yes, or sometimes. And then if you look at the top, it tells you 1/99. That is the slide number you're on. So it tells you how much time you have. This whole thing takes about 20 minutes per child. All right. So it's not much, only 20 minutes till you get your report in your hands. And here 1/99 tells you you're on the first question and you have total number of questions are 99. You can go on to the Hindi version or in next 2-3 months, even the other languages. And this little purple thing at the bottom tells you next. So once you have answered your question, you go on to the next one. Can I go to the next, please? Next slide. And once you have answered all the 12 questions, all the 99 questions, this is how you will get the report. Do you see, the skill indicator, which is in a form of a wheel? So there are 3 colors there. There is a red, there is yellow, and there is green. Red will tell you that in that skill, the child has significant concerns or significant difficulties. Yellow will tell you that the child has mild difficulties, and green will tell you that it has no difficulties, no problems. All right. And all the 9 skills it covers, starting from reading, writing, oral language, memory, attention, social skills, math, executive functions, and motor skills. There are 9 of them which it covers, and it tells you what are the areas the child has difficulty in. Now, if you go to the right side of the slide, you see the interpretations. You see interpretation 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are only 4 interpretations possible, and these interpretations tell you what needs to be done. Look at interpretation 1. It says that if there are 3 or more red, that means 3 red domains, or more, or 3, 4, 5, 6, like that, 3 or more red, then you need to go for a formal assessment to a psychologist because the child seems to have issues. I mean, it's all right. Before going to a psychologist, make sure the vision test of the child and the hearing test of the child is done, because sometimes, you know, the child might have a hearing problem or needs a pair of glasses, which needs to be looked at before. But a full educational assessment needs to be done in case 3 are in the red or more, 3 or more red. All right. Second interpretation, if there are 2 or less in red mixed with yellow, then the special educator or the teacher will work on the red and the yellow skills for 3 months. Let them work. Maybe this is a child who will, you know, bridge that gap. Maybe this is a child, you know, who is a late bloomer. So we will see that. We will work with the child for 3 months and retake the screening. All right. Then the third interpretation is that there is no red, but there are combination of yellows and greens. In that case, the special educator or the teacher or even the parent works with the child on the yellow skills. All right. And takes the screening again after 3 months. And if all are green, which is the fourth interpretation, then you have nothing to worry out because the child doesn't have an issue. So this is what you will get if you this is the report which you will get immediately. Once you finish your yes, no, sometimes of all questions, within seconds, you will have this thing in front of you. You as a parent or as a teacher would know what you have to do next. You can download the PDF or the report. You can take that PDF to your special educator or to the psychologist. If you're in a school setup, if you're a parent, you can take it to school. So it works both ways. Both the teacher and the parent gets to know whether the child has an issue. Is the child at risk? Does he need some intervention? And if there is intervention required, in which areas is the intervention required? All right. Next, please. The same thing is seen in Hindi. Now, if you look at this one, in the Hindi, you will see that there are red. The red are 4. That means this is interpretation 1. All right, because 3 or more in red. So this is a child who needs to be taken for a formal assessment ASAP. Next, please. Next, ma'am. Now, right at the end of the app, you will see that we have given a breakdown of sub-skills of each 9 domains. Like, what are the sub-skills in reading? What are the sub-skills in writing? What are the sub-skills in math? And so on and so forth. So for all 9 domains, the skills are further divided into sub-skills. And this has been done so that a parent or a teacher or even a special educator, when working with the child, knows what are the areas even within one skill have to be worked upon. So if it's reading, you need to work upon coding and decoding and comprehension and vocabulary. So it's really divided so that you know which are the sub areas of each skill. This is for information's sake only for those parents and teachers who are interested to work with the child. Next, please. So salient features, I'm telling you the most important features of this. It's a free app for Android. Like I said, this is a screening app for SLD, which is specific learning disabilities and related concerns. When I say related concerns, it has very easily also picked up children with ADHD. It has picked up children with memory issues, and also some with, it has also picked up mild intellectual deficits as well. The target is primarily school-going children, and the data providers are parents and teachers. Teachers, those who have worked with the child for at least 6 months. There are total 99 items. It's a 3-point scale answering mode, yes, no, and maybe. It takes about 20 to 25 minutes per screening. Right now, it's available in English and Hindi. It covers 9 domains, including academic, mental processes, and psychomotor skills. A complete screening generates a visual feedback report with a suggested plan of action, which we have just gone through. All right. Next, please. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the study research. So the data collection was done from 2 different states, Delhi and Rajasthan. The total number of sample size was 284. The sample consisted of children up to grade 5. All right. And the gender distribution of girls to boys was 34.9% and 65.1%, which is comparable to how in the Indian scenario, the girls and the boys ratio is in our schools. Next, please. What were the tools used for assessment? RPM, which is a non-verbal IQ test, which we had to use. The whole idea is that it's non-verbal. That means even if a child does not know, is not proficient in English or Hindi and all, there is no use of language in this. So any language bias which is there was totally taken out. That was used for the cognitive or the IQ. And for the achievement, we have what is called assessment battery for scholastic backwardness developed by NIPSED. All right. So that was for achievement, and the top one was for IQ, cognitive. Next, please. 3-point scale, the scoring, which we already know, no and NA, which is not present and not applicable sometimes, and yes, which is there. So each answer, you have an idea as to why should you put no, why should you put sometimes, and why should you put yes. Next, please. You know the interpretation, it's a skill indicator. There are 4 interpretations given. It has the child's name, it has the child's age, and the date of assessment is given there. So even if you were to take this thing out, it very easily can be explained to another teacher or a school, because it is all very self-explanatory. All right. Next. So this is the reliability and the validity. Please go ahead. Basically, reliability and validity means how good the app is in terms of finding out the correct information. So the reliability score was the Cronbach's alpha, which was 0.979, which is very good internal consistency. The Gutman split half coefficient, which is 0.95, which means the good consistency in reliability with half. So this is another form of reliability in which half of the sample is taken. And for the last one was the the validity score, which was 96.5, which is high accuracy in validation score. So this is which gave us very promising results in terms of high validity and high reliability. Go on, please. So why first screen? Why should you be using this? Like I told you right at the beginning, it's an opportunity available to identify kids at risk. These kids might have a problem, but why should we wait till 8 years? The government of India, the PWD Act says that each school should do a screening at class 3, do a diagnosis at class 3 or at age 8. But if you as teachers and parents see the difficulties way earlier, even in class 1, why can we not start the work with the child? Why can we not screen the child? We will not do diagnosis if it's not required, but we can screen and identify at-risk children and start the work in class 1. Why waste 2 years or even 3 years before doing any intervention? All right. Even the NEP 2020 now emphasizes that early intervention or early input without a formal diagnosis can be started. And the fact that it's a free app, nobody has to pay anything. It's a bilingual app coming with other Indian languages soon. Next, please. So in phase 1, if you see the languages which are going to be, the app is going to be available in is Urdu, Assamese, Punjabi, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Marathi, Bengali, and Gujarati. So you will see the same app being available in all these languages within the next few months. And the translation has been done already, and the validation is going on. And in the next phase after this, we will make it available for iOS system, which is iPhone, and another 8 to 10 regional Indian languages, basically to have one single app which can be used effectively across the country and helping parents, helping teachers to help their kids properly for inclusion. All right. So this is being taken by, this initiative was taken by Orchids Foundation, which is the foundation I run. So this I finished I want the questions to come my way, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm also going to write again, guys. Please go to the Play Store. It's called First Screen. If you guys have, if any of you has, you must be having an Android phone. I want you to right now go on to the Play Store and okay, so somebody's already downloaded the app from the Play Store. Oh, very good. So First Screen by Orchids is what you will have to write and download it. Can you please stop sharing, and can I see everybody? Already downloaded. Excellent. Look, the whole idea is that you can really use this effectively for children. In fact, there will be a registration and all that, which you do, whenever you are doing these kind of apps. Write it, use it and see how well it actually picks up children, And remember, you as teachers can as many kids as possible, okay? But you cannot do the same child again and again and again, all right? You'll have to wait for the same child 3 months. Don't stress yourself, ki kuch hua nahi, the child is not getting better, the child is not getting better. So for the same child, the assessment, the screening will be done with 3 months gap. But you as a teacher can do as many as you want. All right. So because you may have more than one child in your class. So use it not to, remember, not to label children. We are using this to just pick the kids, so we can help them. All right. Ma'am, will this is a very valid question here. Ma'am, will the screening tool translated into Indian languages have Indian language specific screening questions? Yes. So the whole idea is, please hear me out. This is a very valid question by Yugavati. Your questions will be answered with respect to the medium of instruction in the school. Right? So if it's an English medium school, you'll have to mark there when you will download it and when you'll start filling it up. So depending upon what is the medium of instruction in which the skills are taught, reading is taught, writing is taught, in the school is what your feedback will be given on. But please remember that mostly children who have SLD, it's across. SLD is not language oriented. It's not that I am dyslexic in English, but I'm not dyslexic in Hindi. Children, if are dyslexic, they are dyslexic across the counter. However, in some languages, maybe in native language, their deficiency is not that apparent because of the language being a little different in terms of phonetic or non-phonetic, in terms of their exposure, in terms of their usage, because children or everybody uses their native language, mother tongue, much more than the second term. All right. Did you get it? My question, I hope I was able to answer. Yogavati. Yes. All right, great. Another question for RPM. Usually only clinical psychologists are authorized to conduct the test, right? So if anyone, would it be valid? No, this is, yes, only clinical psychologists are, you're not supposed to do RPM. I'm telling you that when we did the research study on usage on the app, that's the research on the app. So we used it. You don't have to use it. You're only doing the screening. We had to find the reliability, and the research design was such that we had to use IQ as well as achievement scores. All right, so you don't have to use it. I'm just giving you information regarding what we used. When we did it, it was clinical psychologists only who did it. Is that okay? Yes. Mansi, can the test be repeated for the student after a gap of 3 months? Yes, remember in the second and the third interpretation, I said that work with the child for 3 months and then take the screening again. But it has to be 3 months of working with the child. Don't sit and do Hare Rama, Hare Krishna and then don't expect any changes then. The change will only come if you or somebody works with the child. Guys, please ask your question. Wait. Somebody's asked me. I've missed one question. Oh. Before Yogavati, what is the question? This one. Okay. Is it only one app which is standardized, or we have other apps for screening the CW? It depends. Gangadhar is asking whether this is the only app available, indigenous app, app for SLD. And frankly, I don't think there are any. There might be some paper pencil screening tools available, like there is DALI, and then there is also by SNDT in Mumbai. But the app available like this, I don't think there are. I can't think of any. Especially for other CWS children with SLD, to nahi hai. No, it's not there. Okay, thank you. All right. Is it possible to make? It's absolutely possible. In fact, in the second phase, Nepalese is one of the languages we are looking at. What type of questions are in the 99 questions? We are not going to ask about your personal life. Sorry, that was a joke. No, what I'm saying, no, so there's questions regarding those 9 domains, no, reading and writing and spelling and so all those questions. On the basis of your answers, we're gonna then figure out whether the child needs it or not. Guys, how many of you were able to do it? And why is everybody's hands up? I don't understand. Do you have a question, guys? Bhavani, Jesse. I mean, why is everybody's hand up like that?
Saying hello. They're just saying hi, ma'am.
Hi, hi.
Oh,
This is,
I'm thinking, I don't know what. Why since the
yeah.
beginning, hands up. You can guys unmute yourself, all of you. How much time can give? 20 minutes. Administer the test, 20 minutes. Guys, how many of you have downloaded it? I'm going to write my email here. If anybody has any questions, when you do it, you can write to me. All right. I'm pretty fast on the email. My name is Geet Obroy. I don't know whether you guys know that or not. I'm not giving you my phone number. Only reason that I'm not prompt on the phone, but I'm very prompt with emails. All right. So I'm done here. If anybody has any other questions, fine. Otherwise, I'll take your leave. So, ma'am.
Ma'am, hopefully no other questions it seems, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, because all their audio is in mute position, but they can, yeah, put their questions, they are putting their questions through chat box. I think no other questions.
Okay, so
But I hope,
so
yeah,
Prabha is asking a question. So is the tool with 99 questions for screening tested? Yes, that's what I'm saying. So validity, that's what I showed you at the end, right? That was the research study. Yes, the validity and reliability and correlation, everything is done. Which is better when we provide intervention for the LD child, standardized test or teacher made test? Because wait guys, because the age limit is school going children, class 1 to class 12. Many ma'am, sometimes not get proper program of no, I don't understand this question. And there's a question about whether teacher made tools are better or formal assessment. Guys, it depends upon what is your goal. You have to go and apply to CBSE for accommodations for the child. Teacher made tests will not do the trick. But if you have to only take a decision whether we need to work with the child or not, then I think even teacher made tools or screening tools are apt. Why push the child into doing formal assessment unnecessarily when you already know the child has a problem? An assessment will only put a label on the child. So work with the child for 6 months, 8 months, a year, and then see whether the assessment is actually required. But if you have to give the documentation at CBSE or the board, school board, then you'll have to get a formal assessment done. Mahindran, I did not understand your question. Ma'am, sometime not get it proper program after 3 or 4 years, students will get learning difficulty. Are you saying that after he doesn't get the right input, the child doesn't get right input and then he may get? Look, nobody, a bad teacher or an inappropriate or incompetent teacher doesn't cause dyslexia. Please understand. Okay. But a so-called bad teacher might make a bad case worse. So if a child is, wired to be a dyslexic, then a teacher who doesn't understand and who doesn't know her job will make the case worse. But a bad teacher will not cause dyslexia to happen. Please remember that. Okay. Anything else, guys?
There are no more questions from our participants, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful session. The quote put up on the first slide was very interesting. Highlighting the points on the current scenario in India with SLD was very helpful, ma'am. We got to know more on the first screen, which is the screening app for specific learning disabilities. First Screen will be such a useful app for both the parents and teachers as well for early intervention. Thank you, ma'am, for answering all the questions patiently.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. All the best, guys. Okay, now I'm raising my real hand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you, Sudha ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch with you. Thank you, ma'am.
Dear participants, we'll have a short break and resume our next session at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we'll be starting the second session of the Day 2 webinar. Swami Vivekananda says, take risks in your life. If you win, you can lead. If you lose, you can guide. Through his inspiring words, we'll start our next session. May I kindly ask Ms. Sendilwani, Assistant Professor, Department of Hearing Impairment, FDMSE, to introduce the resource person to the audience.
A very good morning to one and all. I feel very much honored to introduce the second speaker of today's session, Dr. Geeta Gopi. Now, I would like to present her brief biodata. Dr. Geeta Gopi started her career working in various capacities.
Recording in progress.
Children having intellectual disabilities and associated conditions in India from 1990 to 1995 in a different work settings, including research, clinical, and school settings. Worked in Kuwait from 1997 to 2011 in international schools following an American curriculum, primarily in inclusive settings. Job experience included working with mixed ability classes, inclusive of children with learning issues, and curriculum delivering using best education practices, intensive work in curriculum development and adaptations, behavior management, coordinating and promoting best educational practices using UDL principles among staff as well as parent counseling have been important aspects of her work experience. Working as a director of programs at the Shashakran Trust, Kochi, formerly Vigyan Valley, from 2012 till date. In 2017, she created early academic series for you, that is EC4-Way for Inclusion Central, a unit under Vigyan Valley. A teacher's kit for teaching early English language skills and basic mathematics based on universal design of learning. Have been resource person, presented papers and co-chaired sessions in several conferences and training programs, etc. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Geeta Gopi to deliver her presentation on enabling access to school curriculum for children with learning disabilities. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Hello.
Ma'am, your video and audio is getting stuck, ma'am. We can't hear you properly.
Okay, I'll just.
Video is okay, ma'am. The audio is getting stuck.
Okay. So is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's okay now.
Shall I start sharing screen from my end?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay, is it the screen is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. A warm good morning to everyone. Thank you, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda College and the Faculty of Disability Management for giving me this opportunity. Topic is school curriculum and how we can help enable access to school curriculum for children with LD, learning disability, or as is more the recent word that is in use, that is specific learning disorder. Just a brief outline of what is SLD. I'm sure the other speakers before me have gone through this, but just to do a refresh, a recap. It's a neurodevelopmental disorder with a biological origin. The basic psychological processes involved in understanding spoken or written language, the children see difficulties in these areas, and it manifests or it comes about as symptoms with an imperfect ability or difficulties in the ability to listen, to think, to speak, read, write, spell, or perform mathematical calculations, which means basically it manifests in academic difficulties and related behaviors. It is an invisible condition because most of these children look very much like other regular school children. And therefore, the condition is so hidden and invisible that their children are easily misunderstood. And therefore, they tend to receive more negative feedback regarding their academic work or their school performance instead of, getting understanding, support, and empathy, whether it is from the parents or from the school community. Salient features are the good news is they do have average, above average, or close to average intellectual functioning. So that is the big plus because intelligent-wise, they're really like any other children. Although they do have difficulties in the 3 R's, mainly reading, writing, and math, but that is not all. Difficulties are also seen in academic related skill sets and behaviors, which are, they do have issues with attention, memory, organization, time management, etc. So a lot of the metacognitive skills, the executive function skills, the psychological processing that is necessary for learning, particularly academics, all these are affected. Because it is an invisible disability and therefore may not be identified or supported with at an early age, they may go through a long time without getting the requisite support and empathy. And this can cause a lot of psychosocial issues, especially emotional issues like low self-esteem, learned helplessness, anxiety or fear towards certain subject areas or academics in general, etc. Some of them also show motor coordination difficulties, like clumsiness or, right-left directionality issues, bilateral integration, and so on. So these are some of the issues that some of these children do display. Some of them also display speech and language issues, particularly with regard to vocabulary development, pronunciation, or being able to speak at length on a given topic, and so on. Again, many of these which have a direct effect on their academic performance in school life. So what do we do when we have these issues? The management of SLD, one of the first and foremost things I'm sure many of the earlier speakers have said is screening and early identification as early as possible, so that we can give intervention and provide services, supportive services before the gaps in learning widen too much. Appropriate placement. Most of these children are usually in the regular schools, but some of them may need additional clinical remediation or other support services such as resource room, etc., depending upon the severity and the intensity of their challenges. So when we aim at management, it should be a holistic intervention. When we know that it is not just an academic issue, it has other ramifications in other areas as well. Therefore, effective intervention should be holistic and should include supportive or remedial education, personal and family counseling, behavior management, that is teaching of requisite social skills, life skills, etc. Because of bilateral integration or other psychological processes being involved, some amount of sensory issues can be seen, although not as it is seen in certain other.
Ma'am, are you there, ma'am? Ma'am, we can't hear you.
And medical services, some children, a small percentage of children may need medication, especially if they have comorbid situations like ADHD or
Ma'am, your audio is not good, ma'am. She left the mic. No, she's.
Dear participants, we are going through some connectivity issue. Please bear with us.
Ma'am, can you hear? I mean, your audio is interrupted, ma'am. Geeta, ma'am. Please check it. Your audio is in mute position, ma'am. Please unmute your audio. Yeah.
okay. Now,
Ma'am, please share your PPT also.
am I audible and visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Please share your PPT alone.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I think I'm sorry for the disturbance in the net connection. I think I was talking about therapy and medical services. So that is part of holistic intervention. And then last but not the least, accommodations and modifications. When we talk about school curriculum and adaptation, it is not a static process that you do it once and it's set in stone. Curriculum adaptation is an ongoing dynamic process which helps in enabling access to children with disabilities, and it helps in promoting better inclusion of these children into the school system. And what school curriculum and the adaptation of school curriculum does is, it is a process of modifying the existing curriculum to accommodate the diverse needs of all learners with diverse learning abilities. It needs to be provided when difficulties are identified. So when we are providing the adaptations and the modifications, they need to be provided from when the child's difficulties are identified as per the child's current functioning level, the strengths as well as the challenges the child is at when the child is identified, and not just for the board exams. I mean, this is a common thing that people think that these accommodations have to be put in place when the board exams are come, but that's not true. If you have to give the right kind of learning support, these need to be put in place right when the difficulties are identified, and in all settings, whether it is a resource room setting or a regular classroom, exam setting, and so on. Helps to minimize failures and prevent rate of school dropout. It leads to enhanced academic achievements, that is, helps realize the full potential of the child. And therefore, if they do well in school and college, it helps them to secure better jobs, better income, results in better overall mental health as well. And finally, the ultimate goal of inclusion, that is, it paves way to raise independent success adults who can contribute positively to the society. How do we enable this access? Certain programs or certain frameworks are put in place which helps to for these children to access this curriculum more effectively. Response to intervention, or RTI, Universal Design for Learning, UDL, and under the wide umbrella of UDL, we have differentiated instruction, multisensory or multimodality learning, cross-curriculum teaching or learning, and then, of course, the accommodations and modifications that go with all this. Response tiered three-tier program. What it does is it enables universal screening of all students. Now, this is not just for students having difficulty. It screens all students within the regular education system, and it picks out children who may be falling behind, or who may be facing difficulties, or who may be at risk for developing specific the learning issues later on. So universal screening helps in early identification. And then, when certain students are flagged, or there are red flag indicators with some students that they are at risk, then better quality, high quality instruction is provided within the regular classroom setting, taking into account the child's learning modalities, the learning styles, what works best with them, and so on. And then progress is monitored closely to assess the rates of improvement, especially in the areas of concern. The child's response to the interventions, that is, whatever steps you've taken or the support provided, and the child's progress based on that, it informs the next step decisions, whether the child needs to go on to tier 2 or in tier 1 itself, with some modifications and accommodations, the child can function or not. So if there are children who still struggle after tier 1 level, they are moved on to tier 2, where more small group instruction is given, more targeted interventions are given. And if they're still continuing to struggle, then definitely tier 3, perhaps even individualized interventions are given. So interventions that are at increasing levels of intensity, so as to accelerate the success of the child, both in terms of academics and behavior, on top of what is the core regular ed instruction. Universal Design for Learning. It is a wide framework that encourages instructors with multiple options. Just for children, it's also for teachers and educators to explore multiple pathways to enable the success of your learning programs, as well as and it's all about being flexible. That is being flexible, giving teachers and students lots of options, more options for teaching and learning with regard to strategies, materials, and these make the curriculum more accessible. It provides support to those children even with invisible disabilities. So this is very ideal for children with SLD, because sometimes they are not picked up very early on in the early schooling years. But when you provide UDL, it hits that, it reaches out to these children as well. So even if their learning needs are unreported or undiagnosed, we still have the system, the learning, teaching learning system will still cater to these students. So when we come to UDL, 3 major areas are targeted, which is, one is multiple means of engagement, that is providing multiple ways of engaging the students with the learning material. Think of improved motivational strategies, how to get the child excited and interested in what you're going to teach. So that may be in the form of videos or a puppet show or a story session, whatever it is that it takes. So it is not just one way of motivating the children. You can explore multiple ways. The second pillar of UDL is the multiple ways of representation. That is, you present your learning teaching material, the information and content in a variety of ways to support the understanding of children who have different learning styles or different learning abilities. So again, here you are modifying it according to the needs and diversities of the children. And then the multiple means of action or expression. That is how children demonstrate. How do they demonstrate whether how much they have gathered or learned from what you have taught them. So allow different kinds of modes of expression, not paper pencil tests. It can be a classwork or a project or maybe oral presentation and so on. So basically the basic idea of UDL is multiple ways of motivation and getting children interested into the learning material, multiple ways of presenting the learning material, and multiple ways of the children being able to respond or demonstrate their learning to the teacher. And how does UDL function? Again, UDL is not a static thing. It is something that is it is a mindset, it is a framework that is put in place even before you get students into your classroom. So you anticipate, okay, who are the children? It is a thought process you put in place. So who are the children who are going to come into your classroom, the possible scenarios? What do we know about those children? You know, if you already have children who've been identified and they have difficulties, you know, it helps. So when you have these diversities, when you plan a particular lesson or a teaching of a particular concept, what is your purpose, goal, or objective in teaching that lesson? When you know what is your objective, then what are the potential barriers to with regard to the children's strengths and the child's strengths and challenges. So for example, if you're planning to teach a grammar lesson and you're teaching a lesson on nouns, for example, and you're planning to do a written exercise. So the potential barriers that maybe this child with the SLD is having is the child has difficulties copying sentences from the board. You're giving some 10 sentences and they have to copy the sentences and circle the nouns. So if that's the case, potential barrier for this child will be, copying those 10 sentences and then circling the nouns. So, the child may not even finish copying the 10 sentences, forget even getting to circling the nouns. So you've identified the potential barrier. So therefore, what support systems can you provide? What might help to minimize those barriers or remove those barriers? So one way could be like, instead of getting this child to copy all the 10 sentences from the board, you can provide a ready-made worksheet which has all the 10 sentences printed on it. So the child just has to read the sentences and circle the noun. So so that is using the UDL guidelines and removing the barriers and increasing the options for the child. Then give it a go, implement it, put it in place, and after the child has gone through that activity, get feedback. Feedback can be through your own observations of how the child is performing. You can even ask the children how they felt, whether they found it difficult or what could have been done to make it a bit more easier to the children. So get a feedback from them. So when you have these feedbacks, both from your own observations and from the children, then that informs you again, gives you more information and better know-how of what the children are experiencing. And therefore, you know more about your students. And therefore, when you plan the next lesson, you can take into account even those factors, and the cycle continues. And it also depends on what you're teaching. Sometimes the lesson or the content of the lesson also can pose certain kind of barriers to the children. So it depends on what you're teaching, how you're going to teach it, and who are your students. So accordingly, you constantly get into the framework of UDL thinking, so that whenever you're planning a lesson, you think of, these are the children I have, these are the difficulties they may have. You anticipate the difficulties, and therefore you have to modify it accordingly, and then put it in place. The next, another offshoot of this is differentiated instruction. It is very similar to the UDL. In fact, there is a lot of overlap between these situations, these concepts called UDL and DI. The only difference is in UDL, even before you get the students, you're already anticipating, okay, you'll have children with diversities. Therefore, your curriculum should be designed, or your lessons should be designed in such a way so that you reach out to the maximum number of students. When it comes to differentiated instruction, you already have the children in your classroom. So you know them reasonably well, much better than before they entered your classroom. And then you know what lesson you're going to teach. So when you know what lesson you're going to teach, based on that, you can differentiate the kind of instruction you're giving. You can either individualize them, or depending on the classroom you have, you can have them in small groups. And differentiation is more to do with tailoring the learning materials, the learning strategies, or the to suit individual students' unique learning needs. And differentiation can be done in 4 major areas. First is the content, that is the materials you're using, the curriculum or the learning, the lesson plan as such that you're using must be of high quality and must be of what will suit this particular child's learning better and their current level better. Process, how you engage the students, or what are the learning activities you're putting in place so that it helps a child to master the content easily and more effectively. And then close to content and process is the product, that is how the children can demonstrate what they have already learned. That is how their learning is assessed and how you readjust your learning goals or your learning strategies and as per how the child is progressing. In addition to that, there's the fourth component as well, that is the climate and tone of your classroom. I mean, how are you going to set up your classroom? Whether you're going to have flexible grouping systems, whether you're going to have a behavior management system in place, whether you're going to have different kinds of activity or learning stations in your classroom. So all this, and the general atmosphere in the classroom, whether you encourage the children to use hands-on materials and other manipulative tools when it is necessary for them to use it in order to achieve success. So the general the mood of the classroom on when you differentiate. So that is also a part of differentiation. And just giving one example, differentiation can be done in various ways when you do multi-sensory activities and so on. But differentiation can also be done when you're even planning worksheets. So this is just one example I'm giving you. The lessons on the parts of a plant. So the content of the lesson basically is not changing, but as per the child's ability and diversity, you have differentiated the worksheets. In the left-hand corner, you will find all the child has to do is look at the diagram. The words are also given. The part of the plant are given. The child has to probably cut out each word flashcard and then paste it wherever, according to the where it matches with the diagram. In the middle part, again, it's parts of the plant, but here, the reading level has gone a bit up. So the words are still given, the vocabulary, the key vocabulary is still provided, but the child has to write out, read and write those the words down. Not only that, there are fill in the blanks. So there's more reading involved regarding the functions of the plant. So a slightly more difficult worksheet. The third one on the right-hand side, here, the words are given, but, they have larger chunks of matter regarding the functions. And sometimes even these, the functions can be left blank. And if the child is really able, they can actually either cut and paste or handwrite, the functions of the plant in addition to labeling the parts of the plant. So this is how differentiation is done with the content, especially when it comes to worksheets. Teachers do have misgivings on how exactly can this be done. When it's planning different activities, most teachers, do have good ideas, but even within, say, a pencil kind of activity like a worksheet, you can still do differentiation. Multisensory or multimodality learning, which I'm sure all educators are familiar with, that is the VAKT. So there are different styles: visual, there's the auditory or the oral, kinesthetic, tactile, and then of course reading and writing. And we know that many of our children with SLD do have difficulties when it comes to reading and writing. So therefore, whenever you are presenting the learning material, use a lot of visuals, auditory and kinesthetic tactile activities. The thing is, some children may be more predominantly visual, but they may also learn through other modalities. So it's not that they learn only through one. Quite often it's a combined way of learning seen in most children, but they may be predominantly learning in one area. So what happens is, when you give multisensory, multimodality learning activities, they may learn more through their stronger modality area, but the other modalities also help supplement and complement what they're learning through the the stronger modality area. In addition, when you present it in multimodality manner, the weaker modalities also get strengthened, because then they're paired and connected with the stronger modality. So then, even when they're not so strong modality areas are also the material is presented in those areas, they will still be able to make better sense. So the not so strong modalities do get strengthened with time and practice. And the stronger modality is always there for them to learn it better. So this is one example. I mean, this is where words are being given, some sight words or phonetic words, and how we can use different kind of ways in furthering this, furthering multi-modality, multisensorial learning. So they can use jigsaw puzzles. They can have picture books with minimal wordings, so the picture relates to what you're reading on the text. You can give visual cues for reading, where on the right hand corner at the top you find the word quick, and the signal light, green signal lights are given, green, yellow and red, and the arrow is given, so the child knows where to start reading from, sounding it, and where to stop. So to move from left to right, directionality. With the same word itself, they can do tactile and kinesthetic learning. You can use hopscotch games, board games, writing in sand or rice, and salt writing and so on. You can use alphabet cutouts or tiles so that they can build it, write it, draw about it. All these things add on to the layers and layers to learning those particular words. You can also have audio reading. Then you can have audio text, where the audio of the text is going to follow. You can also use a lot of songs, action songs, rhymes, and so on to improve these kind of things. Role play, a lot of listening, speaking activities like show and tell and so on to teach. So this is just one example to give you an idea about how, for the same things, you can use multiple activities to teach words, reading, etc. And this can be applied across any content or any subject matter. Earlier, I'd shown you a language related one. Now it's a math one, how you can use, this is basic single digit addition, and how we can use different ways, to further and enable better learning. So you can use hands-on activities where the actual process of adding is taking place, using the tray plates, putting the counters together, getting the concept of adding, where, they put, if you look at the left-hand top corner, there are 2 cups, and each number that they're adding, for example, if they're adding 5 plus 3, 5 can be dropped through 1 cup and 3 through the other cup, and it comes together. So what is happening during the process of addition is made clear to the children. Again, you can have different kinds of worksheets where they can have pictures that correlate to the addition sentences. And then finally, you can also move on to where it's just plain numbers with addition. You can go on. You can have board games using dice where they throw in and then they find, answers and they jump onto the basically how you play snake and ladder or ludo, etc. And just to add different ways of learning and engaging the children better in learning activities using a number line. Again, for some children who have difficulties with counting on their fingers or are not able to keep track when they're using especially both hands for counting, for such children you can introduce number line. Again, what this does is it gives children what we talked about in UDL and differentiation. It gives children multiple ways of engaging with the learning material, multiple ways of practicing it, and therefore multiple ways, if not one way, the other way, they will still get it. So you are introducing multiple activities. It keeps up the motivation of the children. It is not monotonous or boring. And when you have better with learning material, the children are more focused, they're more actively involved in learning, and that matters a lot. After differentiation and multimodality learning, another thing that really helps with enabling, better mastery of the school curriculum is cross-curriculum teaching or learning. Cross-curricular lessons are where you try and combine say you have a particular theme or a topic that you're teaching. You can include an English or a language component to it, a math component, a science or social studies component, an IT component, art and craft component to it. Because when you're doing all this, again, you're providing multifarious activities, multimodality is taken care of, and children learn to make connections. One of the the difficulties children with SLD do have is if they've learned things in one particular way, they find it difficult to connect it across situations, across subject areas. So therefore, this kind of teaching really helps to minimize difficulties that come in that area. So this is one example where the topic is a butterfly's life cycle. And there is if you look at the top left part, there's a reading comprehension passage based on the butterfly's life cycle. Next to that, you find a worksheet which says first, next, then last. This is a written expression, a creative writing passage, which they have to do, but again, based on the same topic, butterfly's life cycle. The next you have, as you proceed further right, you have math, a double digit then without regrouping, and you can have a math worksheet with the butterfly or with the different other the things that are part of the life cycle and have a worksheet related. So again, there is a connection. You're trying to connect all the different subject areas to the core topic. You can do art activities with it. You can have cut and paste activities, painting activities that go with it. Here at the bottom right hand side, the blue thing where two kids are sitting, there you have the children have plotted as a graph the number of days it takes for the life cycle of the butterfly, from caterpillar to the pupa or the chrysalis stage, and then from the pupa or chrysalis stage to the butterfly, how many days does it take? And that they've plotted as a graph. So your math element has come into it. The furthest right hand, you have a worksheet which says problem and solution. Again, this shows problem solving skills. You're trying to bring in an executive functioning metacognitive skill here with the same topic, that is life cycle of a butterfly. So there is a problem. If that problem is there, then what is the solution that the caterpillar does? So for example, one, it says when the caterpillars hatch, they'll be hungry and they need food. So, so what is the solution to that? So the solution to that is, the butterfly actually lays eggs on plants, on the leaves of a plant. So the caterpillar can feed on the leaves of the plant itself. So, developing many of these skill sets, not just the content, but also the skill sets and behaviors that go with that particular topic be incorporated when you do cross-curriculum teaching or learning, and you design your lessons around these kind of in this manner. So it again, in a very nice way, it is not just cross-curriculum teaching. You're also bringing your differentiation into it. You can also bring you're also bringing in your universal design framework into it. And here again, you can put all these things together and plan your lessons and activities. And when for the same topic, you do it in so many different ways. Each and whether you're doing English lesson or a math lesson or a science lesson or a life skill lesson, all these, in all this, the plant cycle, the butterfly's life cycle is being reinforced. So again, you're finding, you're giving plenty of repetition, but in a very exciting, in a variety of ways, so that you're not repeating it the same way and making it boring and monotonous for the children. So therefore, again, it will pique the attention and motivation in the children. They'll be better engaged with what you're learning. And therefore, they'll also be able to, and you can also grade these when you're even assessing children. You can assess them on these different things. So you can also modify how they respond to you in terms of what they have learned. This is just another example similar to the butterfly's life cycle, parts of a plant. Here again, on the left-hand side, you'll find a reading comprehension sheet. In the middle at the top, you find sequencing activity. So that is a comprehension, timeline comprehension kind of thing. At the bottom, on the middle, you find art and craft activity showing the various parts of the plant. On the right-hand side, on the top, you find measurement, where the children have to measure the length of the plant over a period of 3 weeks, and observe the plant, measure the plant, and draw conclusions. So you're bringing in your scientific skills there. At the bottom of the right-hand side, you find a pictograph, again, a graphical representation, which brings in your math element into it, where the child is plotting the growth of the plant in week 1, how much the plant grow in week 2 and week 3, and so on. So again, you're bringing in different subject areas into one topic. So that is the crux of cross-curriculum teaching and learning. And now come to the accommodations and modifications. Whenever you're making an adaptation, it is either an accommodation or a modification or a combination. Modification generally means you're changing the content of what they're learning. So what they're learning may be played around with. Changing how they're learning. The content may not change, but maybe this materials may change. Maybe the teaching procedures may change. The learning activities may change. So that refers to accommodation. And quite often these two terms are used interchangeably. Accommodations and modifications are generally done in 5 broad areas. One is the general language use simple short sentences, give instructions step by step, repeat them if necessary. With many of our children, if there are multi-step directions, break it into step 1, step 2, step 3, and so on, and give it one by one if the child is not able to take all of them together. Verbal instructions need to be accompanied by written directions or visual cues. If you look at the visual that I've given on the side, it is a set of directions that the child has to do for a reading comprehension exercise. Here I've given simple written directions along with picture clues. First one says read the story. Number 2, read question number 1. Number 3, write the answer in a complete sentence. Number 4, begin the sentence with a capital letter and end with a full stop. And both the capital letter and full stop has been highlighted. So it gives the child some idea how to go about doing it. Number 5, answer questions 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the same way. And number 6, check each answer whether all these things have been done. So this is, these are the set of directions I've given to the student when before handing out the reading comprehension exercise. So when you have, usually what happens in a regular classroom, you give the auditory instructions and then it's gone. After some time, the children have forgotten, especially the child with learning disability, they may have forgotten what the rest of the directions were. Or maybe they follow all your directions, say for the question number 1 and 2, and the rest of the questions, they've missed out on all the directions that you've asked them to do. So having a visual direction written with visual cues, or, depending upon the level of the children. If they can read more, you can put slightly more directions. Or if they are very small young children, you can probably just say read story and just put that picture, read question, and and then minimize the wordiness of your directions, but accompany your auditory with the visual, the written directions. And it helps because it helps not only in reading, and it also helps the child to go back. The child doesn't have to come back to you and ask for directions again and again. Child can go back to the visual directions and recollect, okay, have I done number 2, number 3? And it is essential to train the children in using these kind of written directions as well. Wait and give time for the child to respond. Again, some of our children take time processing. So if you've asked a question, sometimes you may have to wait. And in a regular classroom, this is difficult, I know. So what you can do is ask get to the child. If the child is unable to answer, tell them, think about it, I'll come back to you. So you can move on to the other kids in the classroom and then come back to this child again. So you've given that child some time to process and get ready with the answer without wasting the time of the other students in the regular classroom. Academic area, always read the directions out to the students. So when read it out, say it out together and give one example. Maybe the question number 1, you can do it together as with the child, so that you give one example of how it is done. Check for comprehension of directions. Once you've read the directions, you can ask the child to retell, okay, what is the first step you need to do, second steps, third step, and so on. So you can, make sure that the child has got your direction, comprehended the directions correctly. Extend time if they need, more time to get through the work. Reduce the amount of work. So if you're giving weekly dictation words or vocabulary words to learn, if you're giving a certain X number of addition or subtraction problems to do, if the rest of the class is doing, say, 20 of them, you can probably, according to the level of this child, reduce it to 15 or 10. So, and give the most important ones that they must know, so that they don't have to spend time learning all of them. So you can modify the content. Drop a subject, especially the weaker area subject, especially if they have dyslexia, for example. Dropping the third language could help, so they have to only deal with 2 language learning. Or even sometimes in higher classes, if they have problems with higher level mathematics, for example, they can drop math as a subject and take it other compensatory subjects which the school board offers. Use recorded lessons from text, so audio text lessons to support with their reading difficulties, or use text to speech or screen reader software. So nowadays you have ebooks that can be textbooks that can be downloaded, and if you apply a text to speech software, the text will be read out by the computer. So in order to minimize the reading struggle, and so that the reading struggle does not come in way of studying the content, you can use learning support such as these. This is one example of, where I had earlier talked about how to give a demonstrator example. So in this worksheet on identifying nouns, the number 1 is already done for the child. It is done so that the child knows, okay, this is, so take them through the done demonstrated example, then they have a clue on how to go about doing the rest of the exercise. Similarly, in the maths, on the right hand side in the maths worksheet also, the directions are clearly given. Write the missing numbers, use the 100 chart, so they know that they have to actually don't have to guess the answers from from their memory, but they can use the chart to find out. And then one example is given so that they know how to go about. So if you do that one demonstrated example, it gives them a head start on how to go about doing the others. Another in the academic area, you can give alternate assignments or provide assignments in advance. So, if you're going to give the assignment on a Monday, probably for these children, you can give it on a Friday. So they have the weekend also, extra added time is provided to them. You can also give alternate assignments. So if it is a heavy writing activity that you're giving as a homework, and this child has difficulty in writing, so you could probably minimize the amount of writing and say, instead of writing a paragraph, you can write 1 or 2 sentences and then draw a picture to illustrate it, or paste a picture to go with it. Or you can give some other project in place of the heavy written exercise. So give some alternative assignments and give them well in advance, so the child gets more time to work on it. Lengthy assignments, if they are lengthy assignments, you can probably break it into parts and give it in parts. Highlight keywords or vocabulary, especially when you're teaching, language, you're working on certain key vocabulary words or certain target sight words and so on. Or if you're working on content related vocabulary, for example, there are certain vocabulary that are particular to the science lesson or a social studies lesson you're teaching. Those words can be highlighted or those can be pre-taught before you even enter the lessons. Allow counters, manipulatives, magnetic letters or alphabet tiles, number line, 1 to 100 grid chart, place value chart, children's clocks, calculators, etc., especially with regard to math. Allow magnetic letters, letter lines, alphabet lines, dictionary, or if you're using text support, you can use spell check, grammar check, etc., so that children can go and find out, recheck on whether they need these kind of supports to help them do better work. Assist in copying from the board. If they have difficulties copying, provide a printed copy at the desk so it's easier for them to look at the copy that is beside them and copy to their notebook rather than looking up at the board and down. If that is interfering with their copying, or you can even give a printed copy. For example, if it's a passage and question and answers, you can already provide a passage and the questions as a printed copy, the child can clip on or paste onto the notebook and then just have to write the answers. So you can, avoid all the difficulties associated with it. So avoid excessive dependence on copying by providing printed worksheets. Check the work copied from the board because many of them do have perceptual difficulties and there may be a lot of errors. So please check it, and if there are lots of mistakes in it, please make sure you provide a corrected version. So that when the child is going to study or learn from it, the child is not looking at those mistakes and learning from those. Provide modified writing papers. Sometimes children may need papers with broader lines if their handwriting is a bit not mature enough for their age. They may require pencil grips, etc., if they have difficulties with their pencil grasps for better writing. If they have trouble writing, especially in the higher classes, you can allow the use of computer or typewritten work or audio recording the work, like dictating and audio recording it instead of writing it down, or accept assignments with one other person, like a scribe or somebody, help with their writing and assignment to them. Providing a number line or a letter line, which you see in the picture, can be provided to the children, especially in the early stages. This is really helpful. A desk card like this, where all the letters, the numbers, and all are given, so that the children, especially if they have reversals, mirror images, they always make them aware where they're going wrong, which letters they're having difficulty with. So before they write those letters or words using those letters, just check in the number line or the letter line and then write it, or look at that and trace that on the table with their finger to get the feel of the letter and then write it on paper. So this helps them to minimize the difficulty. Or errors already in their notebook, this also is a ready reckoner where they can go back, find out where the what the errors are and correct it themselves. So reversals and transpositions are usually not marked as errors. Instead, they are pointed out, or you just signal them in, pencil them in and ask them to go back to a letter line or etc. and check that and recorrect them and bring it back to you. Use a homework diary to jot down. Many of these children have issues with memory. So if you, especially in the higher classes, the homework diary is not insisted upon, but many of our children do have difficulties remembering when they have to submit an assignment or what, the information that you've given auditorily in the classroom. So get them into the habit of writing down the diary, even if it is minimal. Okay, page this, math page this is homework, whatever, so that they have something to go back to and refer when they have to work on those assignments, homework, etc. Permit cursive or manuscript writing, as the case may be, whichever the child is comfortable with regard to legibility and speed. Increase the font size and the type of font which enables the child to read better. And this, especially with tech support, this is a lot more useful. So, you can, whenever you're giving written material, question papers, for example, or, the text itself, when it is scanned and put, you can actually, in the computer, you can change font, etc. And the font size, you can give them enlarged print, etc. if needed. Coming to the behavior area, just as you do with all classroom management, acknowledge their effort. Sometimes their answers may not be correct, but at least they're trying hard. So, encourage them as much as possible. Implement a behavior management reward system in your classroom. Use a token economy and response cost kind of system, which will help to shape more positive behaviors and, decrease the inappropriate behaviors. Many of these children do have difficulties with attention and ADD, and they may need to also get out of their chair to break the monotony of sitting for long hours. So try to break that monotony by in acceptable ways, rather than just standing up in the middle of the class and disrupting the class. Give them appropriate ways of breaking that monotony. So between changeover from one period to the other, one activity to the other, they can probably take a walk in the corridor and come back, or have a drink of water, or they can just get up and collect the books from the other students and put it on the table, or go and erase the board. So give them acceptable ways of being able to sanction. This is called like sanctioned movement that you can provide, so that the need of the child is met without disrupting the classroom. Provide intermittent breaks between period changeover or after task completion. Facilitate peer buddy assistance, using more able students or children who can help support this child, whether it is with copying or whether it is with re-explaining the directions, etc. That will really help. And peer buddy facilitation really helps both children. The other child also learns better when they're teaching this child, and it also helps develop good social interaction, friendship ties, etc. between peers. Coming to the classroom environment, preferential seating, different kinds of classroom settings, such as small group, individual, as a case may be. You can provide a desk with minimal distraction. You can have a little board, cardboard kind of thing that will help the child to focus better and not be distracted. Avoid class seating near certain classmates. Flexible seating arrangement, wiggle seats. There are little seats which can wiggle, which you can put on top of a chair, like you see in the picture at the bottom, where the child in the yellow t-shirt is sitting on a green color. Give a bit of movement, without actually getting out of the chair. The child can squirm and wiggle in the seat. And this helps a lot of children with ADHD or ADD too. Hello? Yeah. Yeah.
Ma'am, time is up, ma'am. The next session has to start in 5 minutes. So please.
I'll wrap up within 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah, another resource person is waiting, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So this is just an example of what is possible. It's the same as what we talked about in the academic area. Whatever you provided in the academic area, in assessment and grading also, you work on the same things. You can give more multiple choice instead of lengthy answers. You can, ignore spelling, grammar errors. Use different kinds of assessment, not just paper, pencil tests. Use continuous assessment, so you have a variety of grades to, and put in alternative assessments, just like we did in the academic area. The same thing comes into the assessment and grading. And last but not the least, because of assistive technology, you can use a lot of technological support, whether it is with word processing and spell check, grammar check, calculators, animated videos, audiovisual games, songs, etc., which can help in all different kinds of subject areas. And nowadays, a lot of these are available online. So I conclude with that. Basically, what you have to do is to enable access and facilitate better learning, provide a stimulating, positive learning environment, use effective, engaging teaching learning strategies, materials, cater to the learners' diversities, both strengths and challenges, trigger and refine the learning process in students, and along with remedial education, supportive education, provide all the different kinds of interventions or learning supports that are necessary. And better curriculum access leads to in better learning, better inclusion, and better empowerment of the students, and it will help them reach their come to the end of this session. If there's time for questions, I can answer them if it doesn't hinge upon the other person's.
Thank you, ma'am, for an excellent session on school curriculum, enabling access to children with SLD. The key points on management of specific learning disabilities was very informative. The school curriculum and adaptation helped us to broaden our knowledge on various aspects. We also got to know more on the response to intervention and the universal design for learning. Highlighting the points on differentiated instruction and multi-modality was very helpful to explore more. Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, the forum is now open for discussion. You may post your queries in the chat box. Ma'am, we haven't received any questions from the participants, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dear participants, now we are moving on to the third session of day 2. Swami Vivekananda says, there is only one purpose in the whole of life, education. On this note, let us begin the next session for the day. I kindly call upon Ms. Sendilwani, Assistant Professor, Department of Hearing Impairment, FDMSc, to introduce the resource person to the audience.
A warm good afternoon to all the participants present in the virtual platform. I am privileged to introduce the third speaker of today's session, Dr. Anupama Shetty, founder of Empower Kids USA. Dr. Anupama Shetty is the founder of Empower Kids, a multisensory disciplinary learning program, an initiative for children to achieve, enhance, empower, and optimize their learning. Anupama has a doctorate in learning disabilities from the University of Delhi. She is certified in a SOI system of cognitive skills assessment and training program developed by Dr. Robert Meeker and Dr. Mary Meeker using the Dr. J.P. Guilford theory of intelligence. Presently, she is pursuing educational theory certification from the University of Santa Cruz. Madam has an extensive experience as an SOI system cognitive skill trainer on autonomy reading therapist, licensed course for the listening program from Advanced Brain Technologies. She also has a certification in Brain Gym 101 program for mind and body coordination. She has been working with the children with learning disabilities and ADHD for over 20 years and has experimented with the research-based new developments in the area of education and the science of teaching. She also does educational and intellectual assessment using standardized tests like Woodcock, Johnson battery, and Kaufman's achievement battery for children. Now I welcome Dr. Anupama Shetty to present. Thank you, madam.
Hello, friends. Thank you so much for this kind introduction. And so how much time do I have for my presentation?
Ma'am, you can go up to 12:55, ma'am. No issue, because 5 minutes we are late now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So okay. So I have almost 45 minutes to talk, or
Yeah, it is now
40 minutes.
10. Yeah, 50. You can go up to 12:55, ma'am. No issue.
Okay, okay, no problem. So let me start my presentation. I am going to share my screen, and yeah, so let me open. Trying to open my presentation, and let me share my screen. Yes, here we go. So present, share. Okay. Yes. So here is. Can you see my presentation here?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. You put it in the slideshow mode.
Slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
yeah. It's
So,
coming.
but in case, can I manage it from my end to go to the next one?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, okay. So, okay, great. So I will begin with this, so I was listening to Geeta ma'am before me, and she was sharing a lot of good information. I was really liking it. And I would like to start off, and you must have during this presentation yesterday, that basic characteristics of children with learning disabilities and how all these, the children who have challenges in math, uh, the signs and symptoms at early ages in the elementary grades and upper elementary and high school, but I won't go in a lot of details there, but I will start off what dyscalculia is not and how can we help children who are struggling in the classrooms, especially in the math area, how can we help those children. So first of all, I would say that it is not the children who have dyscalculia or the learning difficulties in mathematics. They don't. It's not a sign of any low intelligence. There is not a lack of effort, or there is no effort from the students or teachers or parents. Um, the say it sometimes there is an overlap with the term of dyscalculia and math anxiety. But the thing is, the math anxiety and learning disability in math are not the same thing. Math anxiety or fear of numbers can be there with because of any other reason, but learning differences in math are have different reasons for that. There is some reason of causative factors for the both math anxiety. The fear of number is are different than the learning differences in math. So how we can start off? So one comment I would like to begin here with is that the strategies what I am talking about uh, is not only specific to children with learning disabilities in math. These strategies can be used in our inclusive classroom environment and are going to be helpful for the children who are learning at different paces. And as Geeta ma'am was also saying, that when we talk about the universal design of learning, when we talk about making some adaptations and accommodations and modifications in our learning systems, all the children in the classroom are going to benefit from it. Some will be benefiting more than the other, and that's the beauty of the human nature, all the students and human beings as such. So our interventions, what I'm going to talk today, are based on the concrete, representational, and abstract model of learning. And the basis for this kind of methodology or the theory behind it, this is based on Dr. Piaget's theory of cognitive skills development. And this approach incorporates the multi-sensory strategies, incorporates automatically in the system. And so I am going to start off with the essential. So I am going to take a little step back by focusing on the prerequisites of learning mathematics as such. So from early on, the children who before we actually start with the number concept in the classroom environment or with the special ed children, we need to focus on building some math readiness skills, which are the foundation of learning math. So some of these skills are, abilities are classification skills. Okay, let me go back here. Classification, ordering and seriation, sequencing skills and succession, one-to-one correspondence, spatial and temporal orientation, and problem-solving skills. And I am sharing some of the links in my presentation. And what is going to happen is that you will be all receiving these presentations, and you will get the links of some additional strategies or the topics what I'm talking about. You'll get the reference links for that. Here I'm sharing a video. I may not have the time to show you the video here, but you all can have a look, watch this video later on. This video here is showing a 6-year-old child who's struggling with math, and how does it feel to have a challenge. The children who are struggling in math, how does it feel from a perspective of a child? Oops. So I am going to start with the first activity, first skill called classification. In the basic terms, classification is basically a grouping and sorting. So what kind of material we can use? We can use all the concrete material like beads, unicubes, all these things, pebbles. Let me go back one slide and show you. So yes, what material can we suggest for the children for special educators, what we can use? So I'm not going to suggest a lot of expensive items here. I'm going to suggest some basic low-cost material which is available in India also, as well as some of these items can be prepared by special educators ourselves also. And some of these things are very, very easily available from our local markets, like blocks, unicubes, multicolored beads, tiles, geometrical shapes, sandpaper letters, cutouts, colored pencils, crayons, clay, Play-Doh, Legos, small balls, marbles, etc. And numbers and the object flashcards, picture cards, puzzles, lacing board and activities, and so on. And there is one concept in India called Jodo Gyan, headquartered in Delhi, but they have developed some very cool low-cost material, and they offer teacher training workshops also for schools. So when we go to the classification in grouping and sorting, so grouping all the triangles or shapes, green circles, purple marbles, all those things can be helpful in understanding the concept of classification, grouping and sorting. Collecting different colored beads, marbles, and putting them in transparent jars or boxes. Shape sorting boxes with shape cutouts and puzzles with shape sorters. And geoboard cards. I can show you some of these activities here, like if you can see this. Can you guys see this geoboard? Is it visible from my camera? I don't know if it is, if it's because if I'm sharing my screen, if it's available, if you guys can still see that or not.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible, ma'am.
Okay, so this kind of geoboard activities where we are making three-dimensional, these are rubber bands. This is made of wood with some nails, but this kind of activities can be built in the classroom itself or by the special educators. And this is available through Jodo Gyan also. If the special educators want to create their own resources or a math center or a math lab, this can be one item there. And colorful beads like these are also available and not very expensive. Another cool resource or the place from where we can buy these resources, this place is called Creative Educational Aids, and their material is not very expensive. These kind of, let me show you a different colored one. So these kind of blocks and are like which can get, they are joined with each other, and we can have different color combinations. Numbers of towers can be made with these. So these are really essential. Another good resource to have for math. These are called the 10 frames. So these can be made in the classroom, and these are the magnetic things available. We can create these kind of things on with the cardstock, laminate it, and then put the magnetic file in the backside, or we can use these kind of whiteboards with the plain side here and whiteboard markers. And these are also very essential, very important, very useful things to be used in the with the students in math areas. So here again in this, I have shared some links for the activities where where our participants can go and have a look at them, how to use these activities. So some of the examples are here: shapes, sorting, grouping, and stringing the bead activities, sorting geoboard activities, color sorting activities for young children. Here, this is an example for a toddler for sorting out the colors with these ice cream sticks in different glasses and cups. But these can be used by some older children also who are struggling in math. And another important aspect is when we group them and sort them, another different angle to add is what doesn't belong to this group or activities, like where the child has to use critical thinking skills, observation powers, and stay focused and and pay attention, very close attention. As we were listening in the previous discussion, that it's a cross subject area. So we cannot be teaching math in isolation. We are working on multidisciplinary approach. We are working on the other skills and helping the kids to build their attention, focusing skills, and building their language and vocabulary also. So we can incorporate different terms and linguistics also. So if we give them an instruction, what doesn't belong to this group? So the children have to pull out, and these are some examples from the representational stage, but we can do some using this activity, using some concrete manipulatives. Also, for example, if I make a pile of all red colored shapes or all these, for example, if I make a green colored tower like this, and if I add in this some pink colored blocks to this whole group, I can ask the children, the child to pull out which one is lesser in number. Or if I just add one of these pink, so which one is a different one, which does not belong? All these are cubes and block, but one of them is a different colored object. So this is a different one. This does not belong to the group. Every other thing is same, but the color is different. So same thing can be applied to groups and the objects from their daily life, like all the clothing items which we wear. But one thing can be different. One cannot be the clothing item, or for example, all the fruits are there, but one vegetable is there. So what's different there? A vegetable is different. Shape sorting activities, and then cutting and pasting. Again, cutting and pasting can become an activity which helps in the eye-hand coordination and visual processing skills, and building their focusing and attention span. Sorting things in big and small objects, irrespective of the color. All the big shapes, whatever the color is, will go in the big box, big jar, and all the smaller objects, irrespective of their colors, will go in the smaller box. Seriation and ordering. The next part is seriation, arranging the things in one particular order. Tallest to shortest, shortest to longest, the smallest to biggest, and biggest to smallest. Again, here, like seriation and ordering, arranging the things from lightest to darkest, darkest to lightest. Like this is helping the cubes which I showed you, similar to these cubes. These are arranged from 1 to 10, again, lengthwise, and tall length, which is longer, which is taller, which is shorter. So concrete sequential thinking and patterning. How is the seriation and ordering skills different than each other? Seriation and ordering is in one particular set pattern. Thickest to thinnest, thinnest to thickest, tallest to shortest, shortest to tallest. But sequencing and patterning are different. Sequencing and patterning can be like these activities. If I have made a sequence, which could be green circle, then blue shape, then orange circle, then red oval, then yellow oval. I can change the sequence, and the children have to copy this and arrange them in the same pattern. So it helps in the problem solving. And for example, I can use these kind of geoboards, this kind of a number pattern, like one yellow, one red, yellow. I can arrange the sequence, and the children have to make this copy the sequence. Whatever patterns I make, the children have to copy these. So in different arrangement, we can make these sequences. The children have to copy these patterns. We can use these cubes, create bracelets, necklaces, towers, and building of Legos. And then when we go on to the little bit difficult level, we can arrange the stories in the sequence cards and ask the children to arrange them in a sequence. What happens before this? What happens at the beginning? What happens in the middle? What happens at the end? And then we can use, go from 3 steps to gradually adding 1 or 2 steps at a time, and then asking them questions. What could happen next? Making predictions. We are trying to add the linguistic, and we are forcing the children and pushing them to think beyond what could happen, predict, make their own predictions. And sometimes we can see that the children are really creative, and they can come up with their altogether different perspective. And then we can talk based on those story sequences. What's happening in the story? Who's the main character? What could have happened? The background information about those events. So all those things can be added to the sequential thinking and patterning. What can come next in the sequence? Arranging the concrete objects and the representational items in such a way where children can come up with their own, with the solutions. What can come next in these kind of the images or the pictures or the sequences? So sometimes when we work on these activities, children will come up with sometimes different altogether different perspectives and creative answers. One-to-one correspondence is again very important concept as a part of the pre-math or the numeracy concept, where children have to understand the concept that number one apple can be one orange or can be one human being or a pencil. That one object, one means one is constant, one can be anything. One cup can hold one pencil, or one person can sit on one desk or a chair. So one person sitting on one chair, that there is one chair, one person, one laptop, one ball, one bat, one tennis racket, these are all one things. 2 apples and 2 oranges are different. Then the fruit is different, but the number 2 is the same. 1 apple and 1 orange and 1 banana, 1 human being, 1 pencil, 1 bean bag. These are all the same generalization of the number concept. We can do a lot of activities, match object to the dot cards, and then applying one-to-one correspondence in the real life situations, like distributing objects to the children in classroom, like distribute all the notebooks. One child has to get his own notebook. There cannot be mix up. Rahul should get the notebook of Rahul. And Anupma should get the notebook, her notebook. There should not be any mix up. Meenakshi should get the notebook of Meenakshi. And Raghav has to get the notebook which belongs to him. So all those things have a meaning, one-to-one correspondence. Like sometimes we have seen in my experience that sometimes kids will count 1, 2, 3, 4 without looking at the numbers, that this means 1. 1 means this object. 1 is this. This is 2. 1, 2. So arranging the numbers by saying 1, 2, 3, 4 in a sequence. So we have to work hard on that. So some daily life activities can be played, like making pairs, one kid, arranging the pencil with 1-to-1. If I hold one pencil, can you pick up another pencil 1-to-1? Putting pebbles, like I'm going to show you some examples here. Like when one dot, matching the dots with some objects, matching the dots. So this is really a great activity. In one of these, so putting one object in one of the shapes or one of the areas. And sometimes we play some shape games in the classroom or in the outside. So I was having another session with some teachers, so where they asked, how can we do some outdoor activities? If we can incorporate some of these shapes outside or inside or in the hallways in the classrooms, we can have, okay, one child in each of these boxes. Put like this kind of a activity. Then, okay, I have used sometimes the egg carton cases or the ice trays and asking the children to put one button or one pebble or one bead in each of these. There should not be two of those things. So 1-to-1 correspondence with 10 frames, ice cubes, egg cartons, using different multiple buttons and beads and pebbles of putting one thing in one of those holes or cases, putting one. If we don't have any other thing, plastic cups and plates can be used, plastic bowls can be used, putting one object in one of those things together. Spatial and temporal orientation is another. Spatial orientation, like how our kids relate to the left and right side of the bodies and left and right direction. It relates to our math and the learning academics in classroom is that when we read, we are reading from left to right, from the board or from the book. But when we do math, our operations are starting from right to left. Based on the place value, we start our problems from right to left. The kids can get confused at that time. We are reading from left to right, but we are working on math from right to left. So that is a real challenge. Even if we are starting, if we train them that we are working from right to left, but still we have the operation sign, whether we are doing addition or subtraction or multiplication, it's on the left-hand side. How does that happen? It's confusing at times. And even when we are reading or writing or copying from the board, for that matter, for any subject, children can lose. We have seen that children lose their space and they have to either look back and forth from the board to copy it down or write it down. So spatial orientation and training in the temporal aspect is also very important. So this we can do the activities like these, matching the left and right footprints with their legs, hopping and jumping or walking and running on the left by matching their left feet and the right feet patterns, circling on worksheets with the left hand, circle the left hand, circle the right hand, then show me your left hand, playing the games like Simon Says, raise your left hand, Simon Says, raise your right hand, touch your nose with your left hand, Simon Says, touch your nose with the right hand. So all those things. And brain gym activities like cross crawl help the children to work, like touch your left elbow to your right knee, doing these activities, touching your left hand to the right ear, touching your right ear to your right hand to your left ear. Crossing the midline activities help the children in building the spatial orientation and be mindful of their direction, the sense of direction. So sometimes some people are so confused in the directions. At times I get confused and I'm telling, sometimes if I'm driving and somebody else is sitting with me, I have to tell them, okay, go to your left side. I'm raising my right hand and telling the person that, okay, we have to take a left turn. That is confusing. I myself have had some issues with math when I was growing up, but I still get confused in some directions. So I have to remind myself, what am I saying and what am I doing? So this is another activity, matching the bodies of the animals with the heads, 2 worksheets. which goes, or we can have one worksheet where the kids have to match. We can have these worksheets and get it laminated, use the whiteboard markers to help us students, to help our young children to develop this skill. And temporal concepts like which bucket, for example, will fill faster, who will come down faster, if two people are coming down the stairs or down the tree. Concept of over and under, behind, in front of, back, who's sitting in my back. So sometimes we have to involve the kids in these activities. So in the classroom, we can ask the children, okay, look at your front side, who's sitting in front of you, who's at the desk in front of you, who's at your back, who's on your left hand side, who's on your right hand side. The objects in the classroom, where are the bookshelves, where are the notebooks lying, where are the pencils lying, where are the crayons lying. And if the child is working with you individually in a one-to-one or in a small group situation, we can ask them to pick up, show me your left leg, touch your left arm with your right knee, touch your right hand with your left knee. All these activities. Let's go for a walk. Let's walk 5 steps forward, 2 steps backward, 1 step to the left hand side, 1 step to the right hand side. Mirror imaging, copying with each other. Okay, let's do it together. My left is your right if we are sitting across from each other. Tanagram activities from Jodo Gyan. I use sometimes, I think I have it. Yes, these are the 7 pieces of these blocks, and these can be made into a variety of shapes and patterns like these. So these kind of activities help in the 3-dimensional thought process and thinking about spatial orientation and temporal orientation in the children. There are some more visual and auditory processing skills associated with the pre-math and the math readiness skills. So visual processing skills, like some of the activities with, for example, the missing parts of the whole and concrete objects, like what is missing. So this helps in completing like helping the children to build their visual processing skills and part to whole relationship. So this helps in building their 3-dimensional thought process and focusing skills and concentration skills. So like what part is missing from these pictures? Spotting the difference. What is missing? Again, we are helping the children to build their focus, attention span, focusing skills. And these are helpful for some of the children who are experiencing ADHD with or without hyperactivity, symmetrical organization. And these activities, besides building these abilities and skill sets, add a variety to our teaching. When we are working with children, we are not just working by just rote and abstract. That sets us apart from the regular teachers. And that's why we are working with children in a small group situation, to add a variety in our teaching through multisensory instruction and make it fun for the children to understand and learn the concepts faster. Auditory listening skills, listening to the stories, sequences, repeating the steps or events in the stories, engaging in the meaningful conversations from the stories, asking them basic questions. What was the main idea? Who was the story about? Asking them to repeat or recall the story in their own words. Listening to stories and answering some basic what, when, why, where, who, how questions. What could have come? So now I go on to the number concept, numeracy. Some of the activities, skills in the number concept are counting, recognizing number symbols, greater than, less than, number bonds, place values, ascending and descending orders, number sequencing. We are going to use a lot of concrete materials, representational materials, number symbols, wooden or plastic, some flashcards, unicubes, base 10 blocks, and so on and so forth. Counting different kinds of concrete material, collecting beads. And for example, yes, this is the bead activity. And this is going to help in a lot of one-to-one correspondence. In each of these beads, the empty spaces, we are going to use pebbles or beads and playing a game with dice. Whatever number comes there on your dice, the children we can mix and match a lot of activities and games. If we are working with 2 children, we can use it as a game, who comes first, and let's see it to make it more engaging and fun for the children if we have more than 1 child at a time to work with. Some of these matching the number symbol cards with the object cards. This strategy is from the Montessori classroom environment. And then some of the other example is matching the cards, simple object cards with the numbers and with the spellings, with the words of those things. Yes. And abacus, number beads. One of the pictures of this boy using these string beads is from Jodogyan. This again, number cards are from Jodogyan. This abacus is also from Jodogyan. So the abacus, I emphasize a lot on the abacus material because this is one tool which is helpful in starting from basic numeracy with the concrete objects, counting, place value, addition, subtraction, times table, multiplication, and division. One small apparatus and material is helpful, is worth the investment of having this resource in our toolkit for math especially. Ordering the numbers from 1 through 10, ordinal positioning is also very important. Sometimes children know 1, 2, 3, 4, all those things, but the positions, who's the first, second, what is the number, first, second, and third, wo nahi pata hota. The kids don't know all those things. So we have to incorporate this part, like what is the first, so regular classrooms where we can introduce the concept like, okay, this kid is going to be first in the line, second, but we can arrange concrete objects or the representational items on a worksheet with first, which one is the first, who can go first, second, third, all those things can be arranged. And rainbow trace, number tracing activities are there, which we can there is a link from here, rainbow number tracing activities, counting and matching games from Jodogyan I have mentioned. Like these are matching the cards and activities, number cards, matching the number cards, visual discrimination of numbers. Sometimes kids we have seen are writing the numbers in a reversal order, or they are getting confused with the right number formation. So activities like this can be arranged. Representational items, I have mixed it with Hindi numbers, but yeah, we can make it just examples of the math numbers only, or we can mix it with the Hindi or English numerals too. And another example is the sand trays. We can create our own sand trays and sand boxes and sand letters. The children can trace with these 2 fingers in the sand tray or on the sand letters or the sand numbers. The skip counting on the number line. Number lines are really helpful, and some of the resources, online resources, if we have access to the internet and all of us are using some kind of desktop, tablets, or even the phones, there are some virtual manipulatives available where we can find, as Geeta ma'am was also talking about the assistive technology, use of assistive technology in some tools. So virtual manipulatives are available for where, and I think I have shared the link, otherwise I can share it also. The link for virtual manipulatives are available, and where we can use skip counting through number lines, and these number base 10, these are also available online. And then these kind of cubes and blocks are also available online, which are very, very easier. And some website like Splash Learn, Fun Brain, and some more websites or resources are there. I can share it with you. And I might have shared in this presentation also. If not, I will share those things with you. Counting backward is a very, very important aspect, because sometimes counting forward is easier. And the plastic locking cubes, the way we were talking about, Okay, these are 5. Let's count backward. 4. How many are these? 4. Let's count backward. 3, 2, and now 1. So let's go back forward. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can do these activities with children of counting backward and forward. Another exercise can be done on the abacus. Begin the exercise by single beads on the first wire over and counting by 5. Let's count 5 and beads backward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. The concept of 0 also can be introduced through this method of counting backwards. Counting backwards on the number lines using the number squares and grids. And this can be helpful in teaching the concept of odd and even. Then number squares can be successfully used in mastering the concepts of skip counting by 2s, 4s, 5s, and 10s. Again, if we are doing the skip counting, which is very important for the multiplication facts and multiplication concept. So we have to use a lot of linguistics and vocabulary for the children to introduce, like which are associated with quantities like few, more, less, many, left, little, together, and so on and so forth. So again, for the movement, this could be one activity like hopscotch or stapu, where the children are playing one going from first, second, third, fourth, fifth up to 12. And then we can come backwards also, and we can use any numbers here. Here we have shown the numbers from 1 through 12. Number bonds, again, is a simple concept of creating relationship, how we can reach and answer one answer. For example, 6 can be 2 plus 4, 4 plus 2, 3 plus 3, 5 plus 1, 7 minus 2 is 5 in a different way. So part, whole activity for number bonds. I have shared some links here, and then I'm going to show you some examples of these number bonds. How do we reach 10 frames? These are again 10 frames. We can reach one answer. How we can get to the number 10? We can have 5 plus 5, 10, or we can arrange this in different numbers. 6, I can use 6 of different color and 4 of different color, 8 of different color and 2 of different color, 9 of one color and 1 of different color. So again, it's basically helping the children to understand the relationship between numbers. How can we come up to problem solving by what could be the different ways of concluding or coming to one answer? So what is the best way, the shortest way, or the simplest way to find an answer? So these are the skills at the basic fundamental level, which are going to help students to build these skills. Again, here, the examples, pictorial, representational examples are given here, how to reach one answer. Then what are some games, outdoor activities for teaching, getting the number concepts and enriching the math skills? Some card games, games like Stapu, Snakes and Ladders, Ludo, Pittu. Pittu is that game, I don't know, I know it in my language, in Hindi it's called Pittu, but there is one game of 7 stones lying on, when we stack the stones on top of each other, and then there are 2 teams. One team throws a ball, and at the target of these 7 stones stacked on each other, the stones spread apart, and the other team has to arrange it on top of each other before the other team can throw the ball at the players from the other team. So yeah, so those are some games outside which we can play. Kho-kho, and there would be some games locally which people are using, and maybe we can incorporate those games in our with our students to build some fun games and activities. So now we have seen that comparing the numbers with concrete objects. Now as we go on to the representational level, we have to see which numbers are bigger, again with some objects, as well as the representational signs and symbols. And then that alligator is hungry alligator, he wants to eat more. So he will go towards the bigger number or more things to satisfy the hunger. Again, worksheets with writing these, showing some example at the representational stage. Then playing card games through Uno or the other playing cards activities greater than, less than. Place value, abacus is one very important thing, helpful thing. And please give me a track of time. I can go on and on. How much time do I have more?
10 minutes. 10
How
more
much?
minutes.
10 more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just fasten this up a little bit. We can use abacus, concept of place values through base 10 blocks, or abacus to play around. Then, okay, now here are some videos and other games and activities which we can share, which will be shared with you. Worksheets with color-coded place value systems. I think Geeta ma'am also showed some of these examples of place value charts, which we can use to incorporate place value. And these can be used visually in our classroom or on the desk or on their worksheets and the workbooks to constantly remind them of the place value systems. Then what are the different ways of representing the place values? Units, tens, hundreds, 3 tens, writing it in different formats. Then I'm coming to the math operations quickly now. So what materials can I use? Concrete manipulatives like beads, blocks, base 10 blocks, number lines, number wheels, worksheets, number grids. And addition is counting together. Different vocabulary which we need to introduce to the kids is along with the addition, like add, put together, sum, all together, result of, more, increase, and so on. And for example, here are the different ways of giving some practice items. Then worksheets of addition to be presented in a color-coded units and tens format with the addition or the operation sign on the right side. Then gradually incorporating the steps, reducing the cues, pulling the addition sign on the left-hand side, then presenting the addition sums in different forms, vertical format or the horizontal format, and using the different terminology like what is the sum of, add the following, find the sum of. So the kids have to understand these arrangements. You find the sum in each of these triangle, the squares. We have given the arrows to go in the left side, on the right, the diagonal side, down side, so that the kids are getting practice of addition in different formats. Now I come to subtraction. To subtract means to take away. When we subtract, the number of things in the group is reduced or it becomes less. It is the inverse of addition, and every addition problem can be rewritten as a subtraction problem. So numerous subtraction facts may be learned by more than one strategy.
Ma'am, your slide isn't moving.
Okay. Is it moving now?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. So activities are like introducing the concept as taking away, explain the concept of subtraction as the reverse of addition, keeping the specific. Okay, so it can be explained by the concrete objects, representational form, like different ways of doing the subtraction, loose with the concrete objects and at the representational aid. Using the number line to further reinforce the concept of subtraction, creating laminated number lines in the classroom, and using the whiteboard markers. Worksheet with subtraction sums with operation sign on the left side, as we did in the addition side. Number line subtraction, all different examples. Wheel A, subtraction wheels. We can use some spinner games to reinforce the concept of subtraction. And then times table, again, as I'm trying to go a little faster. I wish I had a little bit more time, but never mind. Times table, skip counting, and repeated addition. And then we can introduce it at the symbol form, addition form, multiplication forms like 3 sets of 2 are 6 or 3 times 2 is 6. So again, here I have given a link for another multiplication flashcard set of to give the practice. Multiplication math ideas of these type, different on the Lego blocks, multiplication, the matchsticks. I would like to add on one thing, that sometimes we spend too much time on the math multiplication facts. Even if the children are not getting the multiplication facts, we can't stop from moving to the next step of multiplication problems and the division problems. In case the children cannot memorize the times tables, we can still move forward and work on the multiplication by giving them the math grids. And we can use some math grids. I can show you one example of math grid, and the children can use these kind of things in the classroom. Multiplication grids, we can find some of the multiplication grids virtually, as well as we can create some multiplication papers, table, fill up the grid and paste it on their desk or on their notebooks, so that this doesn't become the bottleneck in learning the multiplication aspect. So these kind of ice cream trays or the egg cartons can be used in different forms to incorporate or to reinforce the times table. Skip counting, and then the 10 frames, 2, 4, 6, 8, use the fingers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All those things can be done. Multiplication facts practice, the grid, you can see the grid on the right side. Again, multiplication grids of different kinds. Again, moving ahead, multiplication, familiarizing the children with tens related to multiplication, like times, how many groups of, multiplication, the product of, concrete reinforcements where necessary. Again, explaining the steps of multiplication, multiplying by the unit first, tens, then putting a knot in the units column and ensure the correct place value. Worksheets with multiplication triangles. Okay, let me go back. Worksheets with multiplication triangles and squares, comparing the products and looking for the bigger and smaller products. Find the product of, multiply X with Y. All those terminologies and languages we have to incorporate. Division. Division starts as a simple process or the concept of sharing, dividing equally into dividing equally amongst people, how many, so we can, as a process of sharing, dividing and making the groupings. So for example, if the children have to divide the pencils equally in the children in the classroom, okay, give 2 pencils to each of them. 3 pencils, there are 21 pencils, and if there are 3 children, how many of these pencils can we divide equally in? So 7, 7 each. Start with 1 at a time. 1, 2, so how many are left? 0. But if there is an uneven number which cannot be distributed equally, we can then introduce the concept of this is the remainder. So kinesthetic and movement-based activities of making groups of children within the classroom, sharing games can be played in the classroom, familiarizing the students with terms related to the process of division like share, divide, dividend, divisor, remainder, quotient, and the symbols of division. I've seen that, yeah, the division is a very complex, the way we are presenting the division, because division concept involves all the operations learned so far: addition, subtraction, times table, and multiplication. So it is so much of the memorization and retrieving from the long-term memory that information, it can become challenging for some children. So we have to be very, very patient. We have to go slowly, move from one step to the other. We can't jump to the division immediately after subtraction. So different methods of incorporating in teaching the concept of division in a different way. So, okay. Yeah, equal. So for example, 48, like dividing 48 into 6 groups or by 6, how can we do it in different ways? If we have to make 6 groups of 48 things, how many groups can we make equally? So different ways, like arranging it in the array, then skip counting by 12, then making the tally marks 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Or how many groups do we get? 6 groups, or all those things, equal groups. 48 divided by 6 is 8. 48 divided by 8 will also give us the same answer. So how do we check the answer if we are doing it correctly? We can multiply 8 times 6 again and see how much do we get. So in my opinion, it becomes a little complicated. So pictorial representations, written expressions, worksheets with the division symbols, terminologies, a representational form of division. Again, introducing different vocabularies in a fun way. Again, this is another way. Word problems. Can I use 2 more minutes to complete the word problems?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so math word problems are again difficult. So I can introduce that one thing that, so if the children are having difficulty in reading, we can read the problems to the children and then helping the children to focus on the significant information, what is relevant and not relevant, and then asking the children to stating a solution, that are they understanding or not. Our intention, objective here is to understand if the child, even if the child has read we are reading the problems, if the child understands the problem or not, if the child can come up with a solution, not one, but maybe whatever is the solution, then we can expect the child to, at least we have to understand if the child is putting an effort. Again, there is another strategy for problem solving. We can say that box the question and rephrase it as a statement. Then underline the important vocabulary from the problem, circling the numbers, knock out the irrelevant, unnecessary information, state the operations, and then solve the problem. We have to focus on what the children know. And yes, again, I was a little hesitant if I had added. I have added the references and resources for some strategies and materials and resources. So these are very important. Yes, again, didax.com, the last one here, there is a whole long list of virtual manipulators available. ModMath, mobile, Montessori.org. It might be, some of these might be a little bit paid, but most of these are free resources and low cost materials available. I hope it made some sense. Thank you. And if we have any questions, I can answer.
Thank you, ma'am, for an interesting session on remediation to overcome dyscalculia. It was helpful to know that the intervention strategies presented by you are not just useful for the children with dyscalculia, but also for the children in an inclusive classroom as well. Your deliberation on different materials for classification was interesting to know that can be used in a math class. Tangram activity for Joragion for spatial orientation was something new to know. Hope your presentation will really be helpful for the delegates to implement in the classroom. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. It was good to know and good to be a part of this whole initiative.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Dear
you.
participants,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dear participants, now the forum is open for discussion. You're requested to post your queries in the chat box. Ma'am, we haven't received any questions from the participants, ma'am. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dear participants, now we'll take a break for lunch and we'll be starting our fourth session for the day at sharp 1:40 p.m. See you all in a half an hour. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Dear participants, I welcome you all once again. Knowledge is nothing but finding unity in the midst of diversity. Through Swami Vivekananda's insightful words, let us begin the fourth session of second day webinar. I request Ms. Hamsapriya, Assistant Professor, Department of Special Education, Hearing Impairment, FDMSE, to introduce the resource person to the audience.
Good afternoon, all. I am happy to introduce Madam Archana Pokhriyal, last speaker of this international webinar.
Recording in
on
progress.
Understanding Learning Disability Prospects and Concerns. Madam has completed her Master's in Clinical Psychology from Tribhuvan University, Nepal. She has participated in management of humanitarian emergencies, focus on children, a course in disaster preparedness at Case Western University, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. She has participated in NPHTI, Introductory Pediatric Hypnosis Workshop, organized by National Pediatric Hypnosis Training Institute, Minnesota, USA. At present, she is working as a psychotherapist in clinical setting, bearing responsibilities of administering psychometric tests and providing family therapy, CPT, clinical hypnosis, etc. Also, she is the founder, director of Anmol Special Education Center, Nepal. She has volunteered for the training of mental health workers and counselors in relation to people suffering from mental health issues due to COVID-19 pandemic. She delivers lectures for MBBS and Bachelor of Nursing students on the introduction to basics of psychology, counseling, and psychotherapy. With this brief intro, I request Madam to initiate the session on perspectives on children with learning disabilities in Nepal. We are eager to hear from you, ma'am. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Sudha ma'am, Dr. Jayanti ma'am, the Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Educational and Research Center, and the organizer of the two-day international webinar on understanding learning disability, prospects and awareness. All the participants, the coordinator, and all of you, a very good afternoon from Nepal. Today, I'm going to talk about the perspectives on children with learning disability in Nepal. I am going to share my presentation now. How to share it? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to share my presentation to you. Just a minute.
Ma'am, shall we share the PPT from our side, ma'am?
Yes, 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 please. If
Okay,
you
ma'am,
share
we'll
it,
share. We'll share from our side. We'll share from our side, ma'am.
yeah. Mm. నేను share one. Is this on now? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Should I
PPT is
start
visible.
now?
You can start.
I have shared it, isn't it? Did I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay. Thank you. Today I'm going to talk about a little bit. I'm going to talk about the perspective on children with learning disability and what is happening in Nepal so far. I will. Can you? Okay.
Ma'am, can you make it as a slideshow, ma'am?
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to do this. Is this okay now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I will overview on the presentation like introduction to learning disability, and I will talk about a little bit types of learning disabilities, global and national status of learning disability, intervention for learning disability, and way forward in Nepal. When we see the definition, we find that learning disability is the condition that exists when a person's actual performance on achievement testing is substantially below that expected for his or her established intelligence, age, and grade. And the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health, 5th edition, uses the term specific learning disorder instead of learning disability, with broadened diagnostic criteria recognizing impairments in reading, written expression, and mathematics. Specific categories of learning disabilities are dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, nonverbal learning disorder, apraxia of speech, central auditory processing disorder, which is already discussed since yesterday, but still, dyslexia means difficulties with word recognition, spelling, and comprehension. We all know that. Dysgraphia, impaired handwriting, impaired spelling, or both. Dyscalculia affects the ability to learn arithmetic and mathematics. Non-verbal learning disorder affects the child receiving and interpreting non-verbal forms of communication, such as body language and facial expression. And it's very difficult for the child to understand what other people is saying. Apraxia of speech involves difficulty saying what one intends to say. The child knows what he is going to say, but it's very difficult to express it. So apraxia of speech affects the child's expressive language. Central auditory processing disorder involves difficulty with recognizing and interpreting sounds. Symptoms according to DSM-5. Specific learning disorder is characterized by one or more difficulties in learning and using academic skills. The difficulty lasts for at least 6 months, despite interventions aimed at addressing it, and can include difficulty with reading, understanding the meaning of what is read, spelling, written expression, understanding numbers or calculation, mathematical reasoning. The individual may read inaccurately or slowly and with effort in reading difficulty. When the problem in academic achievement are primarily attributable to the impaired hearing or vision, when the person is having impaired hearing or vision, intellectual disabilities there, he is having other mental or neurological disorders, when the child is having psychosocial adversity, if there is lack of proficiency in the language of academic instruction, and he is having learning difficulty, then it is not a learning disability. Learning disabilities can be lifelong conditions that can affect one's experience at school, work, or in social situation. We all know that. Multiple learning disabilities overlap in some people. There is physical disability and intellectual autism and learning disability with the same person. The overall prevalence of learning disorders globally is 5 to 15%, as DSM-5 says. Boys are 2 to 3 times more likely than girls are to manifest any type of learning disability, but this opinion has been recently challenged because the number of girls with learning disability is being raised day by day. The incidence for reading disorder ranges from 3.5% to nearly 12%, and for mathematics disorder, it is nearly 6% to 14%. While the causes of learning disabilities are not fully understood, a number of risk factors have been identified. The genetic risk factor is the main. Individuals are more likely to have such a disorder if a first-degree relative, such as parents or siblings, has learning disability. The increased risk is 4 to 8 times greater for a reading disorder and 5 to 10 times greater for a math-related disorder. DSM-5 has given the statistics. Other factors include premature birth, very low birth weight, the use of nicotine, use of alcohol, use of drugs during pregnancy, and severe malnutrition or exposure to lead during infancy is the environmental factor for having learning disability. Pediatrician will be the first point of contact for children with learning disability because medical risk factors for learning disability are prematurity, congenital cyanotic heart disease, prolonged ventilation, intracranial bleeding, and seizure. So creating awareness among the pediatrician is really important. There is a need of trained psychologists to perform IQ, to assess, and for the achievement test. To achieve, to assess the child if he has learning disability or not, there is a great need to have psychologists, clinical psychologists. School teachers need training on learning disability to detect problem early so that early intervention can be provided. The establishment of referral processes in the network of pediatrician, psychologists, and school teacher is of paramount importance in this sector. For the assessment, in pre-kindergarten checkup, difficulty in the, we have to assess if there is difficulty in the identifying at least 4 random letters that are not in alphabetical order is suspected of having reading disorder. And similarly, difficulty in drawing simple shapes like a circle at 3 years, a square at 4 years, or triangle at 5 years, the pre-kindergarten checkup may be at risk for difficulties with writing. In preschool children, delayed language development, delayed articulation, in vocabulary development, word finding, and rhyming. If there is this kind of problem, then there should be further assessment. Early challenges with cognitive functioning, learning colors, learning shapes, learning letters, and learning numbers. If the child is struggling learning colors, learning shapes, learning letters and numbers, there should be further assessment whether he is having the problem with learning disability. Difficulty learning to draw and write and have problems with art activities is another sign there might be some problem with learning disability in child. Difficulty following instructions, overactivity, and distractibility is also very important symptom to assess further. In school age children, language weakness might have problems integrating and associating letters and sounds, and if he is struggling decoding words, if he is having problem deriving meaning, and he is having problem being able to comprehend passages, then he is having language problem. In mathematics, difficulty with concept of quantity, adding or subtracting without seeing concrete comprehensive representation, he might have problem with dyscalculia. And assessment for school children, we need to ask a few questions to screen them. Like, has the first grade child learned all of the letters and letter sounds, numbers, and beginning addition and subtraction facts? Does the child have poor memory for spelling words or numbers? Has the teacher expressed any concerns about academic progress? We have to be sure, and we need to ask for this reason, ask these questions. And the very important thing, learning disability should be considered among the leading differential diagnosis when the child is acting out occurs, child's acting out occurs around a specific academic subject, like the child is having pain of abdomen in the specific class. In math class, he always has pain abdomen. Then we need to go further and see what is happening to this child, particular subject, and to the child, whether there is some kind of problem associated with learning disability. And If we suspect, there should be referral centers. Child must be referred to the centers where assessment team is available. In the assessment team, there should be a developmental pediatrician, at least to the pediatrician, to assess further, and trained psychologist to assess child and to see child very thoroughly. After assessing the child, after getting to know whether the child is having the problem associated with learning disability, then we need to go to the management criteria. For the management, there should be access to special education for children with disabilities with individualized education plan. There should be access to the services of therapists who specialize in particular domains such as speech, language, and others. There should be access to pediatrician for medication to manage comorbid conditions. As we all know that the learning disability has some other kind of medical conditions like congenital heart disease and other ADHD, like other problems. And pediatricians then can prescribe medication for that condition, for these conditions. And there should be access to psychologists for CBT and behavioral intervention. As we all know that children with learning disability can have emotional issues as they have low self-esteem and they can easily develop anxiety disorders and depression. And also they are at risk of being bullied by others. There should be networking with the school teachers for monitoring of children with learning disability. Individualized school-based intervention can be arranged. Management of mental health issues of parents as well, because the parents of the children with specific learning disorder, they have so much stress, and that should be managed, that should be addressed. Organizing training and workshop for parents, teachers, and even policymakers has important role in management. The individualized education plan is very much important for the management of the children with learning disability. What is the individualized education plan? Individualized education plan helps to identify the learning disabilities of the student as well as identify the student's strengths and weakness. Parents and teachers work together to sit together and plan the curriculum for the child with learning disability according to their strengths and weakness in every domain. So Nepal is a very small and developing country. Nepal is struggling to develop in every sector. There is, unfortunately, there is instability. So it is very difficult to get better in every sector. Learning disability, the learning disability is a new area for the people in Nepal. So it is very hard, but still we are doing a little bit. I'm going to talk about this now. Nepal is signatory to the 2006 Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Global Education Monitoring reported that Nepal has similar overall upper basic education completion rate to country like Philippines. That means there is something. The completion rate for the most advantaged group is 46%. That is significantly higher than that of Philippines, which is 24%. In Nepal, physical disability is 37%, whereas intellectual disability is 4% of total disabilities below 15 years of age, but there is no mention of learning disorders at all. One of the NGO reported 6% of intellectual disability, 0.55% autism spectrum disorder, nearly 9% speech-related disorder, disability, but there is no reporting about learning disability separately. The 2017 Education Act in Nepal includes provision for providing education to children with disabilities. It is committed to provide special education in learning setting for children with visual impairment, autism, intellectual disabilities, physical disability, hearing impaired, etc., but still no learning disability. Nepal has special integrated and inclusive education provision. There are only 32 special education schools and 361 resource classes in the context of more than 35,000 private and public schools in the country. So there is a lot to do. In the basic and secondary level enrollment, children with disability had a share of 0.88% and 0.99% respectively. Inclusive education aims to improve the quality of education by using more flexible and innovative teaching methods, using flexible or adaptable curriculum and assessment methods that accounts for different capacities of students. The government provide 30 to 45 days training program on special educations for teachers. That means there is a little bit attention to the learning disability from the government. A study found that 47.33% of basic level school teachers had inadequate knowledge while no one had adequate knowledge about learning disabilities. That is a huge challenge. The impact of learning disability is immense in Nepali children. Learning disability has impact at academic, personal, social, and emotional domain. We all know that. Considering its impact in overall childhood development, it is important to diagnose early and provide specific intervention. So there should be assessment process. There is a lack of awareness among teachers, parents about learning disability in Nepal. Lack of indigenous tools for assessment and lack of professionals. In the previous session, there was a discussion about the assessment tools or screening tool, and I was so hopeful to have some in Nepali language. And there is a great need for special education in Nepal. And Ministry of Education publication and National Early Grade Reading Program 2014 has tried to acknowledge this problem and had drafted a specific strategic plan to address this issue to some extent in 2014. There is a definite lack of tools in Nepali language and grading system of severity level, which has made assessment and certification very, very difficult. Even the doctors don't know what is learning disability, and parents go to the doctor and ask to give some kind of help, some kind of card to help them and to go to the school and tell that my child is having this kind of problem. But still the pediatrician don't know what is happening to the child. That much difficulties is there in Nepal. Even if the children are diagnosed, the lack of options of choosing subjects in school or giving some extra time in exams create another hurdle. It's very, very difficult. But still, there is a huge challenge in Nepal there is the learning disability is in shadow area, but there are few initiatives taken up in local level. Anmol Special Education Center is one of them. This is the picture of Anmol Special Education Center's staff members. You can see only one man is there, all women giving effort. This is the picture of the kids of Anmol Special Education Center and the staff members. Again, all are celebrating Valentine's Day. This is the picture of transferring skill to the parents, parental education. This is the picture of skill development, the cognitive skill development, teaching the concept of colors. This is the picture of the skill development again. Rehans is learning letters and numbers with the help of Play-Doh. And this is the picture of the enjoyment. Kids, children are enjoying food and learning the table manner. Thank you so much, the organizer of the two-day international webinar. And this is the opportunity for me to share my concept and share Anmol Special Education Center to you. And I hope we will have some collaboration. I would be very, very grateful if we could get collaboration and get some support for the children with specific learning disability in Nepal. Someone should help us to provide education to the teachers, to provide special education training to the teacher, and provide assessment skill to the teacher, and the some kind of training to parents and teachers in Nepal. I hope we will be collaborating and we will get some help from the institution and the team. Thank you so much. And my email address is this, archanapokhrelrimal@gmail.com. If you have any query and if you want to help us, please, I would like to share this email to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, now the forum is open for discussion. You may clear your queries by posting them in the chat box. Ma'am, we haven't received any questions from the participants, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for an excellent presentation on perspectives on children with learning disabilities in Nepal. The types and symptoms of learning disability was interesting to know. We got to know more on the effects of learning disability in children of different stages and the assessment for school children that can help them to overcome the difficulties of LD. The current situation and the struggles gone through in Nepal in the aspect of learning disability made us to explore more on what is happening around the country. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana
very
ma'am.
much
Thank
for
you so
giving
much.
opportunity. Thank you.
Kind attention, everyone. I request the paper presenters to be ready for their presentation. Let's have a short break for 15 minutes and be back. And be back by 2:40 sharp for the paper presentation. Thank you.
भयो सुन्नुभयो पछि ए ए ए ए त्यही त
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Everything that is excellent will come when the sleeping soul is aroused to self-conscious activity, says Swami Vivekananda. On this note, now the session is starting for paper presentation of the second day. Paper presenters are requested to check out the display for the schedule of paper presentation and the presenters list. There will be 15 delegates presenting their papers. There will be 2 moderators for today's paper presentation session. Now I kindly request Dr. Soumya Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Intellectual Disability, FDMSE, and Ms. B. Indrani, Assistant Professor, Department of Intellectual Disability, FDMSE, to take over the paper presentation session.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. My colleague, Dr. Soumya, and I would like to welcome you all to this session of paper presentation on the second day of this international webinar on understanding learning disability, prospects and concern. 14 presenters will be presenting the papers today. All presenters are expected to keep their presentation to a maximum of 5 minutes. The schedule is already visible on the screen. I would like to invite the first presenter, Dr. Apurva Madam of SNTT University, Mumbai, to start her presentation.
Thank you, Indrani ma'am. A very good afternoon to everyone. So with the permission, I would like to share my screen and start the presentation.
Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Sure. So I'm going to be presenting on my research, which is standardization of psychoeducational tests for assessment of children with specific learning disability. We all are aware that our classrooms are very diverse and we have children with disability, without disability studying in the same classroom. And by default, there are going to be children with specific learning disability as well. It becomes important to ascertain the learning needs of children with specific learning disability, and we need appropriate tools for this particular purpose. Children with specific learning disabilities are going to be found in schools which instruct students in any medium of any medium. It could be English, Marathi, Hindi, Gujarati, Tamil, it could be anything. Now, what the gap analysis that was done, it helped me ascertain that there is a need to develop a psychoeducational test in Marathi for those students who are studying in the Marathi medium schools. The focus of this research was the elementary school children in the grades 3 to 8. Psychoeducational tests, we are aware, they include aspects of educationally related psychological tests and educational tests. So for standardizing the PET-M, the objectives were first to develop the psychoeducational test in Marathi, which is called the PET-M, to establish its validity, the reliability, to standardize the PET-M, and then to establish the norms for the same. The methodology that was followed was naturally of test construction and standardization. And for this purpose, students from grade 3 to 8 who were studying in Marathi medium schools following the Maharashtra State Board curriculum were selected. The sample size was 1,200 children, and I used the two-stage cluster sampling technique. The data was collected from 4 districts of Maharashtra. Now, the PET-M that was constructed after having done selection of the items, these were 10 different tests in the PET-M. So there were rapid automatized naming. There was a test on visual processing speed, on verbal fluency, semantic fluency, phonemic manipulation, working memory, phonic blending, reading fluency, reading words, and spellings. So these 10 tests were individually administered. The standardization of the test followed the same protocol that is used for development and standardization of any test. So an item bank was created, a tool was constructed, it was content validated, pilot tested, field tested, the final administration was done. And then there was technical analysis of the data done to ascertain the reliability and validity. And finally, the manual was prepared. So in terms of the steps and the key steps that were taken, first, the constructed tool was content validated by 7 experts. the tool underwent a change. Then it was piloted on 7 students who were selected using snowball sampling. After that, again, it underwent a change. Field testing was done.
Sorry for the interrupt.
Yes.
Hello. Ma'am, your voice is very low, ma'am. We are not able to hear. Please raise your voice.
Yeah, sure. Is it better now?
Yes, ma'am. Now better.
Yeah, thank you so much. So after pilot testing, again, the tool underwent a change and it was field tested on 122 students. There were 20 from each grade, from grade 3 to 8. Finally, again, after having undergone a change, which was modified, the final administration happened on 1,200 students. Now the field testing data was analyzed because we needed to find out whether some items are very simple, very difficult, and they need to be deleted from the tool. So item analysis was performed for 5 of the tests. For the others, a fluency-based test where it could not be performed, the changes across the grades was a measure which was considered. And it was found that these 5 tests were following the changes from one grade to the other, and thus it was found to be valid enough. Internal consistency in terms of the Cronbach alpha was determined. Cronbach alpha helped determine those particular items which were lowering the internal consistency. And the decision to delete those items from the test were made based on the Cronbach alpha values and the outcomes of item analysis. Thus, what we find that from the pre-field testing to the post-field testing, the number of items reduced. These reduced items were now again put into the 10 tests which were there, and the final data collection was done on 1,200 students. Now the final validity and reliability indices were calculated. Construct validity was ascertained, so was concurrent validity, and again Cronbach alpha values were determined, and so was the test retest reliability. If you look at the table of item analysis outcomes for PET-M, we find that the discrimination values are all above 0.2 as are expected in any good normative test, and the PET-M indicated the same. Factor analysis was conducted to determine whether the test was construct valid. And having used a principal component analysis, it was found that for the 10 tests, there were 2 important factors, which was a literacy factor and a lexical fluency factor, which showed high loadings on 5 different tests, and the other tests did not have any common underlying factors. Thus, we reached the conclusion that the test did have high construct validity. Concurrent validity was established for test where there was an availability of the test for comparison. And we found that for RAN, for visual processing speed and working memory, the concurrent validity indices were above 0.7, which is again in the acceptable range. Internal consistency through Cronbach alpha was determined. And for the 7 tests, we find that they range from 0.708 to 0.951, which are all in the high ranges of internal consistency. Test retest reliability was also computed, and we find that the reliability coefficients for all the tests, all the 10 tests, are above 0.85. And for the whole test, it was 0.948, which indicated that the test retest reliability for the PET-M is very high. Norms were also established in terms of percentile ranks and T-scores, and this was done for each grade for each test. That 60 different normative tables were calculated, were obtained for the PET-M. For the ease of interpretation and report writing and communicating with the parents and with the children, the descriptors for the percentile ranks and T-scores were established from, so for percentile ranks from very high to very low, and for T-scores, the descriptors were from very high to very low, again, with the ranges determined here. So after having undertaken this complete research, we reached the conclusion that the developed psychoeducational test in Marathi for elementary level students in Marathi medium schools has characteristics of a good test as are determined by the American Psychological Association. So that was the conclusion. These are just a brief of the references that I've used in my research, and thank you very much.
So thank you, Apurva ma'am, and congrats also. It's a really, really very wonderful study. And as you have mentioned in your presentation, that you have focused on Marathi medium, that is the need of the hour. And all those things, like you have selected 4 districts for this thing, and altogether you have checked all the validity, reliability, So it's a great study. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soumya ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, the next presenter is Mrs. Rupavadi and Mrs. Uma Maheshwari, research scholars, RKMVERI MSc. I would like to call Rupavadi to start her presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We both of us will be giving the presentation, ma'am. The title of the study, Retrospective Study and Meta-Synthesis of Research on Career Development for Persons with Intellectual Disability. In our topic, there are 4 terms: retrospective study, meta-synthesis, career development, and LD. Retrospective study is concerning research that happened in the past year wasted. Just a second, ma'am. Slide is not moving. LD, the National Center for Learning Disability states that neurological disorders that affects the brain's ability to receive, process, store, and respond to information. We are already aware of LD. Career development is a cyclical process that involves self-knowledge about personality, interests, skills, and abilities, understanding the world of work, the requirements of specific occupations, the ability to match one's abilities and skills satisfactorily with an occupation and a work environment. And these are the observations from IDEA and ADA about employment of persons with learning disability. And meta-synthesis, it is a purposeful approach to synthesize and interpret data across qualitative studies, and it consists of separate steps to search, select, apprise, summarize, and combine evidence to address the research question, and it uses rigorous qualitative methods to synthesize existing qualitative studies in order to construct the greater meaning through an interpretive process. The studies also says that we can use meta-synthesis to review mixed research too. So the objectives of this paper is to study the career assessment plans for employment of persons with learning disability and to find the factors that contributed to employment of PWLD and to identify the emerging themes in career development programs for PWLD. The selection criteria, the articles included in the synthesis were those which met the following criteria. They explored issues related to career development needs of persons with learning disabilities. The papers which focused on the various strategies that help PWLD improve their employability skills. And the papers that were published in peer-reviewed journals related to the field of education and special education, and the articles that were published between 1995 to 2020, which means that we had done a study for the past 25 years, those which focused on career development for persons with LD. So the papers were selected, scrutinized, and included for the study based on a checklist. We used a critical appraisal skills program checklist to screen the studies for screen the papers for this particular study. So it is an educational pedagogical tool used in healthcare, and at present is advised for novice researchers to develop critical thinking and appraisal skills. So it is widely used to appraise qualitative studies to make research-based informed decisions. The checklist focuses on the originality, usability, and the validity of the research papers that are selected for the study. So we used online database for the search. Of course, we were not able to do manual search to select the articles for the study. A systematic search of online database of indexed articles were used that were done in various disciplines of education, special education, and learning disability. So we used Google Scholar, PsycInfo, ResearchGate, ERIC, Academia, and SagePub2. These are the few Boolean search that we used to conduct the research. So in all, we selected 96 papers using online search. And out of 96, 31 papers matched the study purpose. And from 31, we selected 17 papers which contained complete information that was required to screen them using critical appraisal skills program checklist. So from 17, we could select 7 papers for the study. So this is the review of, this is how we had done, similar to review of literature pattern. These 2 slides just are similar to the regular review of literature. And yes, the details about the 7 studies. First one was a thematic study, which explained about the career assessment framework for persons with learning disability, and the original contents were based on various research articles that were published. The second one was a master thesis, which included 24 samples and was done as a high school career guidance survey. Various counselors were interviewed, and the findings of the study was 74% of the career counselors used individual career guidance plan, and 43% of them used individual learning plan to guide persons with LD in career planning. The third one was a survey study, which included 89 samples. They had used an instrument, a survey questionnaire. The study actually explained the career that were chosen by...
Rupa?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Your time is exceeding. Kindly make it fast.
In 2 minutes, we'll be concluding.
Yeah. Within 1 minute, sir.
30% choose to become graduates in the field of education, serving children with similar condition, children with LD. And 25% of persons with LD managed into getting into business or mostly self-employed, 17% into social sciences, and 11% into arts. So the fourth study was a thematic study, which is only a practical application, a brief practical application that explained about the critical areas for career development. The fifth one was a descriptive analysis, including 463 participants, and they used 2 instrumental survey instruments, which were questionnaires. And the result was surprising, which explained about the attitude of parents with PWL, parents of children with PWLD, misunderstandings of teachers, special educators about LD, and the weeding out of CWLD from science and engineering educational institutions, and the reluctance of engineering and science employers in including these people into their mainstream. The sixth was a survey questionnaire, which explained the major factors for a career development of young women with learning disabilities. And the seventh was a descriptive analysis, which was a semi-structured interview questionnaire, and its focus was in career decision-making process. The findings of the study, a one-size-fits-all was not effective and efficient, and definitely individualization of process and content is the key. Education, career education and training should be geared towards strength, interest, motivating, and existing skills and talents of persons with LD. Focus on the potential niche talents, and career development program should be a continuing and perennial thing. It should be a multi-year program and not a one-shot program to give them right placement and gainful remuneration. These are the emergent themes: career assessment framework, individualization of career plans, and critical areas of career development. As the details are already discussed elsewhere in the presentation, I'm not getting into the details of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Rupa. Thank you, Uma, for your thematic paper. It was a retrospective study, but wonderful part is that you have done it so systematically, and it is the need of the hour. We have to think in this area and we have to do research. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Kritika, research scholar, RKMVERI ABMSC is the next presenter. I would like to invite Ms. Kritika to start her presentation.
Rupa, you can stop sharing, please. Kritika?
Ma'am, you are not allowing her to unmute.
Ma'am, which laptop, which name you are coming inside?
Kritika, she is coming from her own laptop.
No, her name is not available.
What is the name? Through which name she is entering?
Okay.
No, actually, Kritya, her name is not available, ma'am.
Okay, okay, let me download it.
Through which name she is coming?
Ma'am, she used her own laptop. Now I'm downloading, ma'am. Just a second.
Ma'am, next presenter,
please.
Sujita.
Sujita. Sujita is there. Sujita.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please start.
The next presenter is Ms. Sujita, student training, third year integrated B.Ed M.Ed ID. I would like to invite Sujita to start her presentation now.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's me, Sujita, integrated B.Ed M.Ed ID, final year. I'm going to speak about unfolding the mindful activities for transforming the lives of individuals with learning disability, a theoretical framework under the guidance of Dr. Soumya Chandra, Assistant Professor, RKMVERI, FTMSc. Mindfulness is an umbrella term. It denotes practices involving paying attention to both external and internal bodily sensations with certain attitudes and intentions. Mindfulness is a process, a state of mind, and or a trait. Training in mindfulness has the potential to enhance students' attention focus, improves memory, self-acceptance, self-management skills, and self-understanding. Overview of mindfulness. We think too much, seek too much, want too much, and forget the joy of just being. Mindfulness is a straightforward word. It suggests that the mind is fully attending to what's happening, what you are doing, you are moving through. Capturing mindfulness in words. Mindfulness means maintaining a moment-by-moment awareness to our thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, surrounding environment through a gentle, nurturing lens. Awareness, consciousness, concentration, acceptance, alertness are few words related to mindfulness. Learning disabilities, difficulties in major areas like attention, memory, self-regulation, and self-confidence, which strengthens with mindful activities. Adding mindfulness in education is an important task, as being conscious about the present can help students focus on the current reality and build a better today and tomorrow. Mindfulness helps in students in pay more attention, improves memory, problem solving, and decision-making skills, creativity, think in more innovative ways, to be more focused, pay more attention. These are the few reviewed literatures of my study. Teaching mindfulness for individuals with learning disabilities. Various studies have demonstrated in its usefulness in managing conditions such as anxiety and depression, reducing aggression and behavior. Individuals with learning disabilities to learn how to be more focused, attentive, and active without external thoughts that distracts them. Benefits of mindfulness. Educational benefits. Promotes cognitive flexibility, focused learning, improves attention, increased alertness, problem solving, and decision-making skills. Physical benefits, reduce respiratory problems, improve sleeping and lifestyle pattern, reduces perception of pain and bodily discomfort, strengthens the immune system, reduce obesity. Psychological benefits: enhance one's self-regulation, self-efficacy, improves communication and connection with others, reduces anxiety and depression, boosts one's motivation and capacity to learn and memorize, leads to better emotional regulation and performance, fosters openness, adaptability, and flexibility. Benefits of incorporating mindfulness in classroom: positive effects in the classroom and calm students' thoughts and focus on the present moment. Individuals with LD learn best when they are comfortable, safe, and relaxed. It can be replicated and used effectively. When teaching mindfulness is accepted, it can change the tone and tenor of the entire classroom and school. Mindfulness activities that to be merged with academic of LD. First, mindful breathing. It is a simple activity which helps the student to be stay calm and fresh, stress-free, focused. Mindful blowing increases the individual self-regulation, reflection, and sensory experience. Yes, ma'am.
Your time is exceeding.
Yes.
Please make it fast.
Yeah, ma'am. Body and mind. Mindful body scan helps in focus of physical sensations from head to toe. Mindful listening increase the focus, attention, and self-awareness. Mindful walking is that are aware of surroundings, connection with body and mind. Mindful eating is that reduces obesity and knows that the body food is the fuels of our body, helps to students to recognize the hunger and fullness. Mindful smell, aware of the smells surrounding the surrounding, and mindful gardening helps you to exercise for body and mind, connecting with the earth. And 5, 4, 3, 1 senses, that is to 5 things you see and 4 things you touch, 3 things you hear and 2 things that you can taste and 1 thing that you can smell. Mindful coloring is to increase the self-confidence, anxiety and alertness, etc. Who can teach mindfulness? That is certified practitioners, regular educators, and trained mindfulness. So the status of mindful teaching in India was, that is, the mindful teaching helps the lessen distress effects and improvised children. Studies point that mindful practice will have a tremendous result of the students, and retention rates in schools will be rising. More children will be able to receive a quality of education. In conclusion, a good education with mindful curriculum can help the individuals with learning disability to learn the art of sustained attention and help them maximize their learning, ingrain their daily routines. And mindful education has a plethora of benefits for students. It promotes an overall calm classroom. Mindfulness may be one way to provide this. The present moment is filled with joy and happiness. If you are attentive, you will see it. These are the few review their references. Thank you.
So, congrats, Sujita. It's a good thematic paper, and you have introduced mindfulness for changing the lives and for the wellness of individuals with learning disability. It's a great. Go ahead.
Ms. Kritika, research scholar, ITMLC, is the next speaker. I would like to invite Ms. Kritika to start her presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Kritika, research scholar. The study title is Analysis of Factors in Addressing the Needs of Low Achievers Studying in an Inclusive Classroom. And the introduction. As we all know, literacy and difficulty are unavoidable in the learning process. Basically, these difficulties will be in reading, writing, and arithmetic understanding. In general schools, there are 2 groups of students identified to be having same problem in reading, writing, and arithmetics. But because of 2 various reasons, one group has developed this problem because of neurodevelopmental disorder, whereas the other group due to lack of inadequate preschool training. Obviously, they all are entitled to support, and this support can be extended by, again, 2 methods, either by remedial support or by special educational support. Here, remedial support refers to less extensive and may not need to highly deviate from the regular curriculum, whereas special education refers to more extensive than the remedial education. So it is important to identify the cause of the problem to address those learning issues. This is the rationale of the study. And the problem statement is, there is low or no awareness about the importance of identifying and understanding the factors responsible for children's low achievement at primary level. Because this will avoid these struggling readers being labeled as children with learning disability ID, etc., and also avoids induced learning disabilities among them. And the objectives of the study is to find out the effectiveness of remedial teaching among low achievers due to inadequate preschool training. These are the reviews supported, reviews of literature supported to this study. And the methodology is, this is the experimental study, and purposive sampling is done under non-probability method, and single subject design was selected, and the sample size is 57, and these are the inclusion criteria. And the analysis are the split up of the 57 subjects of the study before intervention is defined. Here, they are all, these participants were grouped under only 2 sections. One is poor letter identification, that is they can only able to identify vowels, that is R to OW. The other group is fair letter identification. They are having confusion. They have a confusion among the vowel consonants. It means cow, k, ko, in that way. After analysis, the split up of the number of subjects are here. The remedial teaching was given as an intervention, and improvements in reading skills were observed through post-tests. The result shows the split up of the number of subjects in the various categories. Like, as a result, the students who were not able to identify the alphabets even, they can able to identify, read and write up to 5-letter words, and their basic arithmetic understanding was also developed. Through the, this reading skills, especially the reading skills, was analyzed, and the skills were identified under 4 categories, that is fluency, word by word, letter by letter, and poor identification. This is the analysis chart, and from the final score, among the 57 students, 57 subjects, 6 were at the category of fluency, and 23 students were under the category of word by word reading, and 18 were in the category of letter by letter reading, which means they were able to identify the letter by, but for blending the sounds, they need practice, and only 10 subjects were in the poor letter identification status. Among these 10 also, 4 students, they are not, their attendance is not up to the mark. And this is the graphic representation of this analysis. And the conclusion, these are the findings and conclusion. The researcher concluded that low achievers fall into 2 categories, group A and group B. Group A, that is a lack of preschool training because of various factors due to like parents' illiteracy, environment, the environment which they grow, and the unaffordability of preschool education, like kindergarten, they may not went to kindergartens and all. And the group B is neurological disorder. Based on the analysis, the first group, that is group A, scores high. It indicates that the first group needs less support than the group B. So the researcher recommends that through systematic and appropriate teaching, reading abilities of children with learning disability could be improved. So these are few references regarding this study, and thank you.
Thank you, Pritika. It's a really very good experimental study. And your target group, you have taken low achievers. It's so good because either low achievers will be neglected or they will be labeled as children with learning disability. So it's a really good study. Go ahead. All the best.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Mr. Karthikeya Selvam, a research assistant, RKMVERI FDMSA. I would like to invite Karthikeya Selvam to start its presentation right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Review on mathematics difficulty faced by children with dyscalculia, a critical analysis. Yes, 1 minute. According to GERI, about 5 to 8% of students are identified as having mathematical disabilities. Students with learning disability are plagued with numerous problems. Cavley and Miller found that students with disability progressed about 1 year for every 2 years they attended school. They also found that 12th grade students with learning disability performed around a high 5th grade level. Despite the clear challenges faced by these students, Gingberg found that there was a relatively little research on mathematics disability when compared to reading disability. According to Rivera, it's regrettable because mathematics competency contributes to gainful employment, income, and work productivity. The importance of proficiency in mathematics, especially for students with a disability, cannot be overstated. Objective: to find out the mathematical difficulty faced by children with dyscalculia. Procedure: search was conducted through computerized database the year 2000 from 2020. Google search, Academia, Eric, I searched. The descriptor were used teaching mathematics to students with a learning disability and effective mathematics instruction and learning disability. Only documents that were available in full text from the database were included. Searched through the reference list of the obtained articles. Findings of the study: the review of literature found that following factors to be important in determining success in mathematics for students with a learning disability. They are teacher training, teacher attitude, use of effective strategy, use of assistive technology, application of an effective curriculum. Teacher training. According to the Rehabilitation Council of India, for taking up an diploma of special education courses, a pass in class 12 with minimum qualifying percentage or mark is mandatory. For pursuing B.Ed course in special education, UG degree from any stream with minimum qualifying mark is mandatory, and prove that they know each subject they teach. It assumed that the teacher who meet the requirements of children with special need have knowledge and skills to implement valid practices in their classrooms. But Chukla and Agarwal found that in-service teachers had a little understanding of mathematics learning needs of students with a learning disability. Teachers felt that the teacher education program and professional development training was inadequate in preparing them to teach students with a learning disability in inclusive mathematics classroom. Cowley and Palmer identified 6 principles that math teachers should develop in order to be effective. Modeling good mathematics in teaching, knowledge of mathematics, knowing students as a learner of mathematics, knowing mathematics pedagogy, developing as a teacher of mathematics, teachers' roles in professional development. Teacher attitude. Cochran argued that with the increased implementation of inclusion, all teachers are in fact special educators. General educators' beliefs on inclusion and their perception of students with a disability would influence their students' achievement. Miscley found that the elementary school teacher with no experience in inclusion shows more negative attitude to students with a learning disability, less desire to collaborate with the special education teachers than teachers with more experience in inclusion. Ma'am, now it is visible, ma'am?
No, Karthik, it is not visible.
Ma'am, now, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible now, Karthik.
Yes.
You can start from where you have left.
Effective strategy. Focus on concluded that when the elementary age students with mild disability are taught a strategy to solve math word problems, their performance on process and the product was better than that of students who received conventional instruction. In addition, their study showed that an emphasis on transfer skills and peer mediation improves students' performance. Ranki found that the teaching different strategies to children help them to learn and retain not only higher order concepts and problems, but also basic mathematical facts. Application of an effective curriculum. Johns reported that the curriculum assessment and professional teaching standards of the National Council of Teacher of Mathematics called for a shift in mathematics instruction for all students toward high level of mathematical reasoning and problem solving. These are some supportive reviews for effective curriculum. My next slide is assessive technology. Assessive technology can be used to support student with learning disability in their areas weakness. Okolo found that the simple and drill and practice software program and computer games format were both effective in building acquisition of and fluent skill. According to Babbitt, anchored instruction involved bringing a real-life problem-solving via computer-based instruction to the classroom and teaching students to solve complex multiple-step problems. The anchor instruction was integrated with effective teacher guidance. Conclusion. Proficiency in mathematics is a major determinant of students' future success. A comprehensive approach is necessary to address the many students with learning disability face in our education system. As stated earlier, both pre-service and in-service teachers have little understanding of the mathematical learning needs of students with learning disability. They report that feeling unprepared to teach students with learning disability in inclusive mathematics classroom. To disproportionate amount of time is spent preparing pre-service teacher to teach reading comprehension to the amount of time spent on preparing them to teach math. Proficiency in mathematics is a major determinant of well-trained teachers who are aware of valid mathematics practice could help close the gap between educational research and instructional practice in the classroom. They would have the knowledge and the skill to employ effective practice such as self-regulation, self-monitoring strategy, schema-based strategy used upon manipulative and effective use of technology in their classrooms. Successful teacher training would also eliminate negative perception about students with learning disability. The implementation of an effective mathematics curriculum that is relevant to students' lives and emphasizes problem solving will help students with learning disability acquire the math skill necessary to help them finding gainful employment and lead productive independent lives. These are some references. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Karthik. It's a good thematic paper, and you have mentioned very clearly your objectives, and then you have collected the related reviews about mathematical difficulties, and you have recommended also. So in future, you can take it as a research study. Thank you.
The sixth presenter is Miss Jennifer, student trainee, third year B.Ed M.Ed ID. I would like to invite Jennifer to start his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jennifer from Integrated B.Ed. Today I am going to present paper on the topic.
Jennifer, your voice is very low.
Ma'am, no, ma'am. Ma'am, no, ma'am.
Continue.
Today I am going to present paper on the topic significance of early identification and intervention to facilitate academics among young children with learning disabilities under the guidance of Dr. Soumya Chandra, Assistant Professor, RKMVERI, FDMS. Introduction. Every child is unique. Individual children have their own strength and weakness. Their developmental progress occurs in certain sequences, but the pace of developmental may vary. The biggest challenges with learning disability is that they are harder to identify and diagnose. They need special care and support. Learning disability refers from child to child. Input, difficulty in processing audio, integration, storage, output. And these are few reviews related to my study. And early identification and intervention.
Jennifer,
ma'am,
your volume is not audible. Please speak loud.
Early identification.
Yeah, now it's okay.
It helps us to understand and take the required steps to support the child and ensure their optimum developmental and learning. It facilitates the use of intervention strategies, provide the required positive early experiences for children at risk of academic difficulties. Early intervention services are a range of special and specific services to help young children who have learning disabilities. It helps to address the learning disabilities and can make a crucial difference in the children's life. These are the common symptoms of learning disabilities: physical, psychological, behavior, problems of reading, writing, math, staying organized, and paying attention. Role of teacher. A good teacher can inspire love, hope, ignite the imagination, and instill a love of learning.
Role of the teacher. Teacher identifies student with difficulties, carries out informal assessment, collect the data regarding the student, consult school counselor, student referred for assessment and report, interpretation of report and provision. The role of therapist. Therapist is a person who can work and make them understand that many method, help and support services are available. A child can also learn effective coping mechanism to manage the difficulty and at any resulting emotional issues. Children who experience difficulty with motor skills in reading, writing, math and language-based issues, therapists can helpful to improve their ability to understanding, communication and social. The role of parents. Focus on strength, develop social and emotional skills, use resources and supports, and plan for the future. And activities to be given for the facilitative academics. Reading. Under the reading, display letters and words around the classroom, labeling object, pinning words. Children will learning to associate the words with the object they see. And create word families. Phonic awareness learns those sounds and how to manipulate them within a word. And word search window. Play fish with sight a word. It involves magnetic fish. It helps students to gain knowledge of words and reading words from a window. Writing, feel the letter. Kids focus on feeling, not seeing how a letter is made. And practice pinching. The child can strengthen his fingers or improve pencil grip using pinching. Start cross body training. One arm hold the paper stable, another does not does the actual pencil work, and coordinate movement on the both side of the body. And mathematics, struggle with math, especially number form and number concept. Help children practice math skills, promote better learning and retention. Additional and subtraction on steps. Classroom games board. It improve cognitive skills, logic and reasoning skills, spatial reasoning skills, basic math skills, and self-regulation. Points to be considered. The awareness about early identification and intervention, types of learning disability that the child belongs to, various test and assessment, activities and therapies available to improve the child's learning issues, individual's role as the parents, teachers is the child's role. Importance of awareness among parents and teachers. Parents are the child is first role model, behave, react and imitate same as the parents, and parents play important role in encouraging, motivating their children to learn, and parental support helps child to be positive, healthy and good life and responsive understanding. Teachers child to be a responsible and independent learner, and teachers is the first person from whom child learn his social skills in school. Teacher may comfortable and guide and developmental skills of life, open-minded, well-balanced and great power to bring a positive change. In conclusion, with the proper knowledge and awareness about the early identification and intervention, a child's disability can be identified at the right time. Then the child can be treated with proven methods, activities and therapies. This will help the children to learn effective coping mechanisms to manage the difficulty and any resulting emotional issues in his or her life. A child can as well learn skills by building on the child's strength and finding way to compensate for the child's weakness. And these are few references to my study. Thank you.
Nice presentation, Jennifer. Very rightly, you have mentioned the role of early identification and intervention to facilitate academics among young children with LD. That's so good. So, all the best. Go ahead.
Father Kaiju Thomas, a research scholar, RKMVERI MSc, is the next presenter. I would like to invite Father to start his presentation.
Can see this one, no?
Yes, it is visible. Could you please put it on slideshow mode?
Yes, I put it.
Okay. Okay, Nama.
Yes, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. My topic is the effective practice to follow assistive technology for students, children with learning disability. Introduction. Almost 1 million people use assistive technology. As the population goes ahead and technology and assistive device merge, this figure will increase to 2 million by 2050. Assistive technology helps persons who have difficulty in speaking, typing, writing, remembering, pointing.
Father?
Yes.
Your voice is not audible. Please speak loud.
Hearing, learning, walking, and many other things. Is okay, Mom? Now? Assistive technology for children with a learning disability. Assistive technology for students with learning disability is defined as many devices, pieces of equipment, or system that helps bypass, work around, or compensate for an individual specific learning deficiencies. And assistive technology devices makes it easier for a child with a learning disability to accomplish their goals. Children with a learning disability have a higher chance of success when they can use their skills to work around their disability. Assistive technology for reading among learning disability. Children with a learning disability can considerably benefit from the use of assistive technology when it comes to reading. Screen reading software. Screen reading software will be reading the text and appears on a computer screen to users. It is particularly used for an individual with dyslexia and auditory learners. Children's reading skill can be improved and honed through reading interventions that are technically enhanced. Assistive technology for reading among learning disability. Reading pen. The reading pen from the Wixon technology will helpful for the students to read better. Graphic organizer. Graphic organizer benefits individuals who experience difficulty expressing their thoughts on paper, as well as visual learners who need to see their ideas mapped out. Assistive technology for reading among learning disabilities. Speech voice recognition software. The software helps to convert the spoken word into text on a page or into a computer commands. It is very much useful for individuals who have expressive difficulty and trouble in using keywords to navigate software applications. Assistive technology for written language among learning disability. Children with a learning disability usually struggle with writing fundamentals, including spelling, grammar, and even the building of margins and spacing. Word processor will help the tool. This tool gives confidence to struggling students to write. Spell check, including in a word process software, come in various shapes and sizes. Assistive technology for written language amongst learning disability. Word prediction software. Word prediction software will present possibly words that users is looking for while typing text. This technology is mainly useful for individuals who have written expressive difficulty and trouble in using keywords to navigate software applications. Assistive technology for listening among learning disability. IIT students used a specific way to children's needs, including a child's writing difficulties such as grammatic errors and memory issues. Several hearing aid devices can be beneficial for children with LD. FM to use this device, you only need a microphone and a transmitter. The technology assists to bring the voices of the children directly into their ears. You can boost the pitch of your voice by using this method. Assistive technology for mathematics among students with a learning disability. Graphic calculators. Graphic calculators may be particularly effective because they provide a visual confirmation of the graphics. Board maker for maths. Dano's board maker for the maths is a popular program in classroom setting for assisting students with learning mathematical reasoning and numbers. Assistive technology for mathematics amongst learning disability. Arithmetic apps. can assist your students in organizing and solving math problems. Mathematics students who have difficulty expressing their thoughts verbally may find this technique helpful. Conclusion. Teachers of the students with a learning disability must be flexible in their use of assistive technology. To be effective, all the students need to access lessons and make genuine and beneficial use of assistive technology. Children with a learning disability can be benefit from assistive technology-based learning tools. Adapting this strategy may be boost one's own sense of self-worth and motivation, to name just a few benefits. The benefits of AT assistive technology for children with a learning disability cannot be realized unless teachers are actively involved. Collaboration between teachers and management is essential if AT integration is successful. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Father Peter Thomas, for your thematic paper, wherein you have introduced so many assistive devices to help children with learning disability if they have to learn reading and writing and mathematics. So it was a good paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. S. Parveen, HOD and Assistant Professor in Special Education, RKMVERI FDMSA, and Mr. Majid, Research Scholar, RKMVERI FDMSA, are the next presenters. Now, I would like to invite Majid to start his presentation.
Hello.
Yes, Majid.
Thank you for providing me this opportunity to share my practical experiences dealing with language difficulties, including spelling, phonological awareness, writing among students with visual impairment using the ICT tools. The general objectives of this present study is to improve English language skills of students with blindness having learning difficulty through information and communication.
Majid, could you please
Yes,
reduce the volume of the background score?
Is this enough?
No, I think you may have. Could you please reduce the background music, Majid?
Music? No, there is no any noise here.
Okay, you start,
Hello?
Majid, please. Yes, Majid, you start now.
Yes. Okay, now how's the voice? There were 3 research questions related to the 3 skills under the study. What is the effectiveness of the ICT package in developing the phonological awareness, spelling, and writing skills among students with visual impairment? And single subject experimental research design was used in this study. And this is the demographic information about the subject. A female student with total blindness having significant learning difficulties in English language was selected from 9th standard Tamil medium schools for the present study. She belongs to a small and poor family having a siblings with the visual impairment and described by her teacher as having significant learning difficulty and less achiever. Three research assessment tools were used for data collection: phonological awareness tests, spelling tests, and writing tests. And the intervention package includes a combination of hardware and software, including mobile adapted QWERTY keyboard and the voice recognition software, optical character recognition software, and text-to-speech software, and supportive apps, including screen reading softwares and communication apps like WhatsApp and Google Meet. The data were collected directly by the researchers through continuous experimentation starting from the baseline level till final post-tests. And quantitative data analysis was used in the study. The data were presented visually in corresponding line graphs. And this is the intervention procedure. The ICT tools were provided to the students. Then establishment of baseline was obtained through conducting the pre-tests. Subject was involved in a training program spread over 30 sessions, 1 hour a day. And her prerequisite skills, ICT skills, were developed during the first 7 sessions of the program. And the assessment of students' progress was conducted after every 3 training sessions. This is the major findings. Analysis and interpretation research question 1, which was related to the phonological awareness. To answer this question, the subject was involved in a training program for 21 sessions using the ICT package, and her phonological awareness was tested at the beginning and after every 3 sessions, and her scores were recorded and shown visually in this graph. And as we can see, a consistent improvement and increase in the test scores is clearly seen as the intervention sessions progress. This change in her progress starts from the baseline level up to the final post-test. She scored 92 out of 100. It is a big difference and a clear evidence for the effectiveness of the program. Analysis and interpretation research question 2. It is related to the effectiveness of the ICT package in developing spelling skills among students with visual impairment. And to answer this question, the subject's spelling difficulties were identified through conducting the pre-test. And based on her spelling levels, she was involved in a training program for a period of 21 sessions using the ICT package. And her spelling abilities were tested after every 3 sessions of training using spelling tests. And the scores of the pre-test and post-test were recorded. And as seen from this diagram, there is consistent improvement, and she achieved after first post-test 20 out of 100, and the final post-test she achieved 95 out of 100. It is a very big difference. There is very big difference between the pre and post tests, and it is clear evidence for the effectiveness of the program. Analysis and interpretation of research question 3. What is the effectiveness of the ICT package in performing writing activities by students with visual impairment having learning difficulties? As students does not have any previous experiences regarding typing using the QWERTY keyboard, the intervention started from scratch, and the subject was involved in a training program spread over 30 sessions, and her typing performance was assessed after every 3 sessions. The scores of the pre-test and post-test were calculated, and the performance of the subject is shown visually in this graph. There is also a consistent improvement and increase in the test scores as the intervention progress, and the set changes and the difference between the pre-test, huge difference between pre-test and final post-test is clear evidence for the effectiveness of the ICT and the intervention program. Therefore, it is recommended that teachers should make use of the ICTs, including mobile QWERTY keyboard, voice recorders, WhatsApp, and the free apps available in Android platform under voice recognition software, text-to-speech software, optical character recognition software to compensate the lack of special technology in the inclusive schools and ensure the provision of equal experiences and the participation of students from all categories. School authority should take initiative for flexible policies to permit students to use the ICTs inside the classroom, and adequate ICT training should be provided to the students with blindness. And those are the references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Majid, for your very nice experimental study where you have used ICT package, right, for enhancing the performance in English language among students with blindness having learning disability. Quite tough, your target sample, but you have shown progress. So it's wonderful. Good. Congrats, Majid. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
The ninth presenter is Ms. Janani Bharani, student training, third year B.Ed MS integrated ID. I would like Janani to start her presentation.
Good afternoon all. Janani here. Today I am going to present a paper on the topic.
Janani?
Yes, ma'am.
Please speak loud.
Yes, ma'am. Today I am going to present a paper on the topic awareness about learning disability among pre-service teacher educators, literature review. Introduction.
Janani, please raise your voice. It's not audible.
Yes, sir. Introduction. Children with learning disability may look normal even though they have the problem. So awareness plays a very vital role. Knowing helps pre-service educators in their future research studies and will help them to have a clear idea about disability. Rationale of the study. Learning disability is a blooming area of research study nowadays. Awareness enhances clarity in understanding about the topic. Through analyzing various literatures, scope for future studies can be created. Therefore, this research was chosen to survey various literatures and check the knowledge about learning disability among pre-service teacher educators. Statement of the problem. Lack of clear knowledge about learning disability hinders confusion among pre-service educators. This research addresses the above problem. Analyzing the literatures helps to know the level of research done so far and helps in giving ideas for future research. Thus, the title of the problem is given as Awareness about Learning Disability among Pre-Service Teacher Educators, Literature Review. Objectives of the study. There are two main objectives of the study. First, to assess the knowledge of learning disability among pre-service teacher educators through analyzing various reviews related to the study. And the second, to provide suggestions for further study, which can be done by surveying the reviews. A total of 5 reviews were collected. Number 1, identification of learning disabilities and intervention technique. Findings were causes, symptoms, and identification of learning disabilities. Number 2, definition, identification, and cause of specific learning disabilities. Literature review. Findings were specific learning disability, literature surrounding SLD identification, and the school psychologist's role in SLD identification. Number 3, study of awareness of learning disabilities among elementary school teachers. Findings were teachers had meager knowledge about learning disability. Number 4, knowledge of learning disability among pre- and in-service teachers in India. Findings were knowledge of disability among pre-service teachers was very low. Number 5, assessment of knowledge level on learning disability among primary school teachers. Findings were teachers have sufficient knowledge about disability, but they lack understanding about its causes. Operational definition. There are 2 main definitions for this study. First is about learning disability. For the present study, learning disability refers to a neurological condition which affects the brain's ability to send, receive, and process information. Second, pre-service teacher educators. Pre-service teacher educators are the student teachers studying the education course before they have undertaken any teaching. This study includes educators who have prior experience in teaching also. Findings were the 5 reviews were analyzed and it was found that awareness should be created among the educators and the general public about learning disability, which will be useful for enhancing their knowledge. It may result in clear understanding about learning disability. Conclusion. Research on learning disability and its identification is a topic which is of great importance nowadays. Reviews concentrated on awareness to be created to enhance the knowledge of not only educators but also general public. Therefore, various programs should be conducted which may give clarity to the people. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Janani. It's a really nice presentation, and you have taken up a very important issue to see the awareness about learning disability among pre-service teacher educators, because they are going to be the teachers. So today you have taken a thematic paper. Later on, you can have a research on that. So all the best. Thank you.
The next presenter is Mrs. Senthamil, student training, secondary MAT ID students. I would like to invite Senthamil to start her presentation. Senthamil? Senthamil? Senthamil, your voice is not audible. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible now? Yes, Senthamil. Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, I am Senthamil, doing my MAT ID second year. My title is A Study on Teaching Science Among Students with Learning Disabilities in Inclusive Classroom. Introduction. We all know that learning disabilities are neurodevelopmental issues in learning and processing that specifically interfere with higher level cognitive skills. With the passage of Individuals with Disabilities Education Act 2004, No Child Left Behind 2002, and Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, there has been increasing emphasis on teaching students with disabilities in inclusive classroom. Teaching science concepts to students with learning disabilities in inclusive classroom is a challenging task for science teachers, as students with learning disabilities take variety of science concepts including biology, physics, chemistry that requires the higher cognitive skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and so on. Objective of this study is to discuss issues and practices in teaching science concepts among students with learning disabilities in inclusive classroom. Ma'am, my slides are moving. Okay. The present study relies on the findings of previous studies. So issues faced by the students with learning disabilities in inclusive classrooms are problem in academics, either in reading, writing, or mathematics. Having a low basic skills in one of these areas may interfere with science learning. The next one is problem in processing information. For example, memory problem is common among students with learning disabilities, and it could interfere with the recall of science information. Another example of processing deficits common among students with learning disabilities are problems in visual processing and auditory processing. Visual processing problems make it difficult for students with LD to understand science illustrations and demonstrations shown on the class. Whereas auditory processing deficits interfere with the ability to follow class discussions of science experiments, hypothesis, results, and discussions. Organizational deficits. This leads to problems in science when students are requested to follow certain rules and procedures for conducting experiments in the classroom. The next one is attention problem. It is a typical for many students with learning difficulties. They have problem in following directions for the science projects. And as students who has trouble in generalizing will not be able to apply learned science concepts in a variety of situations. Then students with learning disabilities also have language disorders, either in receptive or expressive or in both.
The complex technical and abstract wordings could make the entire science lessons confusing for them. Then many students with learning disabilities have trouble in establishing and maintaining relationships and may not be readily accepted by others. The negative attitudes can also create difficulties for students with learning difficulties because of their cycle of frustration and failure. They may have difficulty in staying motivated and focused on a task. These are some strategies for teaching science that have been researched and recommended for students with learning disabilities. Let's see one by one. Collaboration among teachers. Effective teaching to students with learning disabilities requires collaboration among science teachers and special educators, as science teachers can provide information on science content and the special educator can provide information on adaptations as outlined in the IEP. The second one is setting classroom goals. It is very important to improve their motivation and achievements. Focusing on these goals will help the students with learning disability to progress towards their goals and have a feeling of control in their learning. Goal setting helps the student to be more aware of the learning that they are expected to experience. And third one is the use of different teaching styles such as inquiry-based learning and cooperative learning can be implemented by the science teachers. Inquiry-based learning involves a problem-solving and critical thinking skills to arrive at conclusions. This teaching strategy is student-centered. By using this method, students with learning disabilities can improve their skills of observing, measuring, classifying, inferring, etc. And then cooperative learning. Cooperative learning involves putting students in small groups and allowing them to work together. This group of students not based on their ability, instead they come from all the levels, and the students are expected to complete assigned works together. And many researchers supports this particular method due to promoting cognitive elaboration, enhancing critical thinking, providing feedback, promoting social emotional development, appreciating diversity, and reducing student attrition. And fourth one is some effective adaptations for students with learning disabilities includes use of class time, textbook reading, assessments, homework assignments, and mnemonics. Mnemonics is one example of a popular learning strategy that can be incorporated into science lessons to assist with the memorization of factual information, lists, steps, and difficult vocabulary words. So recalling science concept may be problematic for some students with learning difficulties. Science teachers can use mnemonics such as picture cues, keywords, association cues, and acronyms to help the students recall their pre-knowledge. The table represents the examples of mnemonics in science concept. For example, to teach a physical state of matter, the science teacher can create a sentence like Saren loves gum, which related to the which presenting the each word from the science term, such as solid, liquid, and gas. Then last one is a multisensory approach. Multisensory approach in teaching is the simultaneous use of visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and tactile to enhance memory and learning. So presenting science concept in variety of ways whenever possible will also help students with learning disabilities learn science. For example, a science experiment on seed germination. This science concept can be taught using multiple senses like auditory, visual, kinesthetic, and tactile by listening to the discussion of factors necessary for germination, observing results with the seeds growing in various conditions, and participating in the planting and recording of data. So in this way, science can be taught using a multisensory approach. For conclusion, based on the above mentioned reviews, the researcher concludes that collaboration among teachers, setting classroom goals, and using a variety of teaching strategies with required adaptations may help to teach science concepts among students with learning disabilities in inclusive classroom. These are my references. Thank you for listening.
Beautiful presentation, Sendaman.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's a thematic paper, and you have clearly mentioned the difficulties faced by children with LD when they have to study science, and you have suggested few strategies also which are really effective. So it was a good paper. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now the next presenter is Mrs. Silpa, student training, second year MA, steering department. I would like to call Silpa to start her presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. I'm Shilpa. My topic of today's presentation is Universal Design for Learning and its benefits for students with learning disabilities. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Shilpa, you are very much audible.
Thank
Put
you.
your PPT on screen, the slideshow mode, please.
Sure, ma'am. Yes. Let us see with the introduction of the topic. We have seen that traditional concept is that disabilities in general and learning disabilities are some kind of disease, could be diagnosed medically. Now, even for educational purposes, it was believed that they could be given educational treatment either in segregated special schools or special settings in general schools. Now, however, the research and experiences have shown that they could learn like any other children in mainstream schools. So providing the education is good. So this was the introduction of the topic.
Shilpa, your slides are not moving. And could you make it little fast, Shilpa?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
2 minutes.
So these are the
Only 2
definitions.
minutes are there now.
Sure, ma'am. I'll try to do that. Thank you so much. As we have this, many of the respected speakers have already discussed about the UDL. So within the given time period, I will try my level best to justify and explain the content. So this is the definition and principle of UDL. Let us see the UDL is a concept which is very interesting and meaningful as well. The research says that the people are as unique learners as their fingerprints, and classrooms are highly diverse as we need universal design to meet their diversities. The UDL is an approach to curriculum which minimizes the barriers and maximizes learning for all students. So as you can see, how UDL can be more effective because it is having many principles in it. So like principles are, firstly, we should see the words as if we bifurcate these words, these are universal. First of all, it is called universal because it includes the curriculum, which is really helpful for all the students. That is why it is called universal, which is having the background, needs, strength, interest according to the learner's opportunities. So why it is called learning? So learning is included because learning has many things in it, like neuroscience tells us that one brain has 3 broad networks. You can see here in this picture. And these are one for recognition, that is what for learning, and one for skills and strategy, that is how
Shilpa,
Yes,
Shilpa, please conclude it fast. Just say the gist of your presentation, okay? Time is not there.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Sure. So these are the 3 pictorial things. As you can see, the pictorial representation of the learning aspect, and there's a design. It is being included because we have to, accumulate all the person with the various needs. So that is why the architectural way designs has been included in the learning as well. So ideal classroom, let us discuss about why it is, learning disability. As we know, the concept is very wide because in learning disability, it is a hidden or invisible handicap which cannot be spotted until the child enters the formal schooling. So with the help of resources, we can accumulate into the classroom with the various lesson plans and type of technological tools and other types of evaluation tools. So with this, there are various benefits in the classroom settings, like UDL addresses the diversity rampant in the classroom. It provides opportunities to all the students. UDL provides more choices to students, scopo's learning, and fosters collaboration. Similar way, benefits for students are also many, like building literacy, access to the information and getting different supports. And if we go late,
Silpa,
yes, ma'am.
please conclude the presentation.
You want me to conclude it?
Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'm heading towards it, ma'am. Yeah.
Last is
Yeah.
What last line?
Okay, sure, ma'am. Ideal classroom UDL, if you could see that there has to be certain things in it, like provides learners with rights of choices and optimize individual choices, autonomy, relevance, values, and authenticities. So these are the particular things which needs an ideal classroom with your UDL. And to conclude with this, there are certain latest, trends, updates, and regulations in UDL. We should not be surprised enough that it has been, currently a very vibrant issue, and Section 508 added in 1998. And besides this, in NEP 2019, digital technology is being recommended as a potential teaching strategies. And now the digital technology and UDL, they are the extension, probable extension, which helps the student with disabilities. So certain other, like 2017 entitled the children with specific learning disabilities, and this was again a paper for the specific learning disabled people, so that it can become a legal, for the legal aspects and for the benefit of the student with specific learning disability. So as we can see in the conclusion, the universal design of learning provides the opportunity for all students to access, participate in, and progress in the general education curriculum by reducing barriers to instruction. An advantage of UDL is that both in-service and pre-service teachers can readily share the language of UDL about the curriculum for learners by paring down teaching and learning to the three processes, as we have seen, their flexible method of presentation, expression, and engagement. All those working with the learners can collaborate with a common understanding. So there are these other references, and I'm really thankful for all of you. And I hope this presentation will be of some, intellectual groundings and practical strategies to all. And with this, I wind up. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Shilpa. You have taken up UDL and its benefit for students with learning disabilities. And it was good that nobody has touched it so far, at least for this webinar. So it was good presentation, Shilpa. All the best.
Ms. Pula, lecturer in special education, and Dr. Nandita Chakrabarti, assistant professor. I would like to call Ms. Pula to start her presentation right now.
Thank you, ma'am. 1 second, I'm just sharing the PPT. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening to you all. Today's my topic is the effect of remedial teaching strategy with reference to specific learning disability. This is the single case study which was done by myself and one of my colleague, Dr. Nandita Chakrabarti. Before going into the case study, I just want to, I'll just move on to the actual case study, because already from yesterday we are just talking about this SLD. Just moving on to the case study, it's an 11-year-old boy who was referred to the special education center for his discrepancies between the expected achievement and actual achievement in scholastic performance. So he was studying in a 6th class standard, but his academic performance was very poor. So he was referred by the CBSE school for his educational assessment. So using the GLAD test, we have conducted a GLAD test that was on the year to 2021. And we have conducted the test in 4th class, that is grade 4th level. So this was done, the grade level assessment. Before going into the grade level assessment, even we have checked his level using the screening checklist. Using the screening checklist, we could make out that these are the things, like in oral reading, if we observe his posture, it was inappropriate, and he was reading too fast, and he was ignoring the punctuations. And when we observed his silent reading, here also we could observe that his posture was inappropriate, and frequently he was looking away from the reading material. That means he was too distractive. And when we have seen in reading comprehension, he is paying too close. When he's reading, he's looking into the books too close, too near. And whenever we ask the questions related to the comprehension level, he used to be asking the question again and again to repeat the question. And later on again, when we have seen the reading content, the reading skill, he was reading too fast without any meaning. And when we have checked his writing skill, even here, he was not maintaining the punctuations properly, and there was seen the errors in spellings, like for example, in place of babies, he used to write the babies, like there was like IE, in place of IES, he used to write YS.
Beulah,
yes,
could you please make it fast?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You have only 2 minutes to sum up.
Okay, ma'am. So these are the things we could see in the screening checklist, and later on, using the grade level, we have planned. So these are the recommendations we have given to the child. That is remedial teaching in English, math, and Hindi. And using that, we have planned a program for 4 quarters. That is Q1, that is first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. So first quarter, we have planned like introducing the phonics and letter sound correspondence, then vowel sounds and consonant sounds, then vowel digraphs and consonant between this. During this first quarter, that is the three-month program, we have initiated the phonemic awareness, and then later on in arithmetic, we have even started giving the intervention related to the single digit, double digit, and triple digit numbers. Then next, Hindi, also we have given the intervention related to the Hindi alphabets and matras. And then second quarter, again, based on the previous quarter, that is vowel sounds, consonant sounds, and vowel digraphs. Later on, we have introduced the sight word approach, that is word formation. Then again, started the word families. Then in arithmetic, after number, that is 3-digit number, then we have introduced the place values and the number reading. And similarly, in the Hindi also, we have given the intervention related to 2 or 3 letter words, reading 2 to 3 letter words. And the next quarter, third quarter, then we have initiated introducing the blends, then using the blends, later on how to read and write the blended words. Then we have even initiated the plurals, then opposites. And then in arithmetic, already we have introduced the place values. Then we have started the single digit addition, then double digit addition. And in that double digit addition also, we have introduced the carryover using the regrouping system. And Hindi, and already we have introduced the letters and the matras. We have initiated this small 2-letter word or the 3-letter words. That was in the third quarter. Then again in the fourth quarter, again we have introduced suffixes, prefixes, then spelling
please
rules.
come to the conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. It's almost done, ma'am. Last slide, ma'am. Spelling rules, syllabication, then arithmetic time concept, then double-digit subtraction using regrouping system, and Hindi reading and writing. Every quarter, after every quarter, we used to do the evaluation, and this was the evaluation. Initially, he was in the English language, he was in the 56%, and later on, after giving the intervention in the English subject, he has reached to 72%, and in mathematics, he was 49%, and he was reached after fourth quarter, that is 70%. Then Hindi, he was not showing much improvement in the language, that is Hindi, 37% to only 53%. So he was still in instructional level. So we have recommended for the exemption from the Hindi language. Then this was shown using the graphical representation. Then this is the conclusion. And these are the few references. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Beulah. You have taken up a good study, remedial teaching strategy with reference to a specific learning disability. It was a good presentation. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Mrs. Maya Suresh, student training, second year integrated B.Ed ID. I would like to call Maya to start her presentation.
Presenters and my fellow teacher trainees. The topic for the day is study on remediation of visual perception difficulties of children with learning disability.
Maya, are you going to share your presentation, PPT?
Yes, ma'am. It is it not visible, ma'am?
No, it is not visible, Maya.
Okay, ma'am. Just a minute. Ma'am, how about now, ma'am?
Yes, it's fine, Maya. Please make it fast. Come to the title and objectives.
Yes. So the difficulties what we commonly see with learning disability children are they have difficulty to learn, read from left to right. They have auditory processing difficulty, that is difficulty processing sounds, unable to filter different sound. Brain misinterprets the information received, the processed from whatever they hear. The next one is the language learning disability, the challenges in processing spoken language, both expressive and receptive, visual perception difficulties, and of course, the common difficulty, what we know is dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. So it is on the model of a case study wherein 6 students have been taken for the case study between the age group 6 to 8 years. They are at the risk of LD or diagnosed with learning disability. Pre-test was conducted with 15 Dolch words with them. Intervention was given to them weekly twice for 3 months for the duration of 1.5 hours. The intervention was basically on 2 aspects. The motor activities, puzzles were given, find activity, music chair, following the path, Simon says, like swing, gym ball activities, tracking using LED lights were given in intervention of motor activities. Intervention along with visual perception worksheets to categorize, to find the odd one out, to match with the shadow, to do as directed, to mazes, find the hidden items, count the spots, connect the dots, test your memory was given as worksheets. The comparison of the pre and post test was being done, wherein we
Maya, could you please come to the conclusion?
Ma'am,
We do
this
not
is
have
the
time
last
now.
slide. This is the last slide, ma'am. Again, post test have been done, and the event which is seen. So the summary is learning songs and themes, trouble distinguishing from right, difficulty learning new vocabulary words, quick loss of interest and energy while writing, or non-verbal reasoning was improved. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. You have taken visual perceptual problem among children with learning disabilities, and you have taken a case study. It's a good study indeed. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you can stop sharing now.
The last presenter is Dr. S. Lokesh Kumar, Assistant Professor in Special Education, RKMVERI MSc, and Mr. Magendran, Special Educator. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Lokesh Kumar to start his presentation.
Very good to one and all present. So it is a complete paper by myself and Mr. Mahendran, Special Educator. Of the paper is the teacher's perspective on impact of school closure on well-being and academic achievement among primary level students. As we all know, like since March 2020, almost the complete the globe has impacted due to COVID-19 pandemic and the school closures. So the MOE, Ministry of Education, Government of India has pointed out that approximately 26.4 crores of children and 96.87 lakhs teachers and 15.07 lakhs schools were impacted due to this.